the voice of natural person.
Norman, did you see the fireball created by the Tomahawk in Tehran?
No.
Monstrous. It looks like the entire city's on fire.
Seriously.
Yeah,
This is just the beginning, man.
There's nothing serious about it. There's no footage of a Tomahawk. That's good.
Oh, yeah, it just landed. It just landed.
Let me see it.
Breaking news, Israeli channels are...
There's a lot of 22s and 35. What are you talking about?
Israeli channels are airing from the bunkers.
The chat.
Bunker, motherfucker! Bunker!
Of course. How do you know?
Yo, breaking news.
Showing RGC.
Breaking news.
Yes.
Breaking news, the Iranians just hit...
I forgot who I'm talking to.
The Iranians just hit the Israeli Air Force Base south of Tel Aviv. Israeli Air Force Base just got hit. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! No more flights, motherfuckers. The only flight you're gonna get is to fucking hell. Iranians packing Jews to God. Iranians sending the Jews.
Sending Jews to keep us 135. Absolutely. Of our Lord.
You mean they're sending them...
A normal motherfucker, you're gonna die a natural death in like a few months. Shut the fuck up.
I'll live longer than you.
Don't you have AIDS, motherfucker? Don't you have AIDS, motherfucker?
No, I work on...
Why are you stuttering? Your heart is racing. Your heart is racing.
He's in Brooklyn.
Yeah, Kike, your heart is racing, bro. Calm down.
No, I'm excited. We're dancing.
Are you listening to Boom Boom Tel Aviv too?
We're enjoying it.
Yeah, it's pretty catchy.
Get out your umbrella. It's all over for you.
Oh, we're not doing it.
Here.
Tel Aviv under fire. Haifa under fire. Jerusalem under fire. The Jews under fire.
You already lost everything. I come up and this is divine justice, so normal.
No culture, no heritage, no lineage, no faith, no religion. Fucking faggots.
The dominant force in the Middle East. Yeah,
What
the dominant force in the Middle East. This is
The dominant force is Turkey. It's coming over.
That's
Jelani and Erdogan and the Egyptian ordinary.
On the Twitter thing in the chat.
You're going back.
It's the video.
The infidels of old, the scattered tribe, come to the land and reclaim our holy vessel. Nope, not a chance. You're gonna get caught.
There's the Tomahawk.
The Catholic Muslim Hawaiian.
Shut the fuck up. You don't even know what a tomahawk is.
You don't even
None of them distracting. These guys are retards. What the fuck do you know about a tomahawk?
We just landed one in Tehran.
You just landed one. Israel got no fucking tomahawk.
No, the United States shot it. The United States hit it. We're working together, baby.
Well, hopefully they work together against Boom Boom Tel Aviv. But no,
We've been working fine. It's going beautiful.
don't worry. America's on our side. It's not on your side, buddy.
It's going great, buddy.
It's not on your side.
It's going
I see Tel Aviv getting bombed. I see Tel Aviv getting bombed. We have over 100 stealth fighters in the air. Why is Tel Aviv getting bombed? That means the Americans are on a neutral stance right now. That's what it means. Why are they reaching? Why are they reaching Israel? Why are they reaching Israel? Why are they reaching Israel? The Patriots, the destroyer, the carriers,
Tomahawk right there.
and the whole half of the Air Force. Why are Iranian ballistics hitting Israel? So that means that the forces are not actively engaging and taking them down. So that's what it is. You're on your own.
Are you kidding? That's what you think?
We did with America's. This is clearly not a strike against the regime, as in meant to cripple the regime or bring about regime change. This is meant to force them to agree to the negotiations. So this is not an attempt to dismantle the regime. So this is a limited strike. What Bibi is going to get out of this isn't much, and what's going to come out of this is Iran kissing the ring of Persia. That is what's going to happen.
you idiot.
I forgot. Where's my great goblin?
Muslim. You fool.
You
fool. You fat
green
fool. You terrorist.
goblin. Shut up, you wannabe Semite, you fucking Slavic old trash. Where's your boom Tel Aviv?
I'm not that. And you take care
Boom boom Tel Aviv. Boom boom Tel Aviv. Boom boom Tel Aviv.
You know what? We're gonna write your name. We're gonna write your name. That's right. We're gonna take down that stupid Iran. We're taking down the Iran.
Did you guys watch the speech of Netanyahu? He's literally making the speech while the launchers are in the background firing to intercept. Like, bro, I did not think the Iranians would be hitting that quick. I thought the American forces are going to intercept all that shit. No, they let it. They're getting slammed. Why are you getting slammed right now? Why are you getting slammed? Oh, I forgot you're in Brooklyn. I mean, those in Israel. Why are they getting slammed?
President tell you who's in charge.
It's okay, Norman. It's okay. Just go back to sleep, buddy. Go back to sleep.
Iran is getting totaled. All of their nuclear sites are taken out. All of their ballistic missiles are getting taken out. It's over.
Well, some of them are landing in Israel.
It's over.
Does BB know about this?
Did anything?
Does that mean we're watching ready for just now we're delusional. Like, who are you lying to?
We're cleaning
Fucking
up.
Alzheimer's, like fucking old. Go back, dude. You're gonna die in 5 years. Like, just go enjoy your fucking warm chicken soup. Go enjoy your warm chicken soup. Go take your teeth out of your mouth and fucking go drink your soup. Go drink your soup.
The psych ward. Sorry you lost your mind. Sorry you left our family.
I think you're wrong.
Taking down IRT.
All these years only to die at the end of your life of a hospital. And a stroke out. We're gonna hear your death. The only thing I feel sad about it all is that you won't be around to witness the fall of the Zionist state and the end of Judaism as we know it. Unfortunately, you won't be around to see it.
Tiny little.
You won't see Ishmael. You won't see Ishmael and Israel decapitate Amalek. We're gonna decapitate all you Soviet Slavic garbage, and then we're gonna take all the Slavic women and I'm gonna be Solomon. I'm gonna pretend I'm Solomon. I'm gonna tell all the Hebrew bitches to call me Solomon.
We took out Amos.
I'm gonna say.
Now we're taking
Hey,
down
okay. And then when I'm doing Yahweh style, I want her to call me Akiva style. Akiva style. That circumcised dick is too much. Semitic dick, I can't handle this.
You go.
J1P58 dick, I can't do that because, you know, they're not actually Semitic. You know, you're not actually Semitic. You're just like rich. You're just like fucking, at least rich is German. You're Slavic.
Time for you to leave.
You too, okay? Wait. German Jewish, Russian Jewish, Belarusian.
You're not Jewish, dude. You're not Jewish. The only J in you is the one that's fucking upside down in your ass.
Time for you to leave. You go. Maybe try to rock across it. Maybe not.
Fucking Tel Aviv is getting bombed and they're fucking. I love the way you talk. These guys are going
There's nothing left of Kanye.
See how much I've loved of Tel Aviv. See how much I love Tel Aviv. I mean, they already got billions of dollars.
Enjoy your
Singapore now. You guys were always talking about Gaza needs to become a
free parking in Gaza.
We're gonna get a Singapore. Thank you for the deconstruction. Thank you for deconstructing for us.
As it deserves. The genocide regime
see the end of the regime. Are we sure?
Iranian genocide.
Because you were saying that on October 7th. ISIS is going to be gone. ISIS is still around. Houthi still around. Hezbollah still around. Iran still around.
Operation Rising Lion. All gone. And I'm not sorry to say.
If I type in on Google, is Hezbollah gone?
The beautiful Persian people rising up. Persia will be free. Land will be.
So they're going to do it this time, not like the 12-day
delighted.
Oh, go ahead.
Breaking news.
Breaking news.
I am delighted to see you operate the cemetery.
Just louder, Jack. Just louder. He's not gonna shut up.
Hey, could we just get this guy?
Let's see if we can give normal scope tonight.
Doesn't that look like an explosion? Walker's missile.
I mean, I'm sure we can.
Yes, we are.
What's the breaking news?
They hit the Fifth Fleet, the Naval Fleet,
And Bahrain.
bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're crazy ass shit. Anyway, man,
The savage Sia.
I don't know what
They hit the base.
You're a kike. Don't talk about the Shia. You're a kike. You're a kike.
The psychopath has hurt.
Wait, does somebody have breaking news? Go ahead and
Yeah,
say
they
it.
hit Bahrain. They hit Kuwait.
They're gonna say it.
Qatar. Yep.
well,
because they're
he's
psychopaths. They don't know what
giving
to
you
do.
the typical runaround. They
That's all true. It's 100% true.
Iran,
He thinks he's fighting in Israel right now. He thinks he's the fucking interceptor. Norm, you're in Brooklyn. You're in.
I'm not in Brooklyn.
You're not in downtown Tel Aviv watching interceptor locker.
I'm not even in the United States.
Yeah, you're not exactly. So calm down. You're not overworked missile interceptor.
Norman, explosion in Abu Dhabi.
We should have done this a long time ago.
It's moderation.
We should have done this a long
Yeah. Instead of
Norman,
giving
they're hitting Abu Dhabi too.
Now you're done. Nobody to fund your stupid terrorism. Go blow yourself up.
Abu Dhabi.
Thank you, Netanyahu. Thank you, Netanyahu.
Years old and 80 years running. You had an 80 years run. 80 years run, kike, and we're still here. 80 years, you
Hey, when you kill yourself.
Iran just under operation.
Hey,
Yes, that's right. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar.
Mubarak, motherfucker.
Allahu Akbar, yeah, kike.
Ramadan Mubarak, motherfucker.
You've had 80 years, you weak kike. 80 years and you can't get rid of us. You've had 2 years, you destroyed all of Gaza, and Hamas is still here. Hezbollah is still here, and the Houthis are still here. And the IRGC will still be here. You are losers. You are a bunch of losers. If we had the support that you get from the Americans, we would do wonders. We would do wonders to you. You are weak. You are a failure. You are unsuccessful. You are incompetent. You are lazy. Lazy Jews. Lazy Jews.
Ramadan Mubarak.
2,500 years of persecution.
Ramadan ding dong, motherfucker.
Actually, yeah.
2,500 years of persecution.
Ramadan ding dong right on top of Tel Aviv. I'm telling you, Ramadan 2026 special.
Ninja Haman.
We are literally rocking Tel Aviv. Iran is rocking Tel Aviv. Iran is rocking Tel Aviv. You're gonna, all y'all gonna meet Akiva very soon, I promise y'all. All y'all gonna meet him. There's gonna be a lot of Israelis that are gonna meet Akiva soon. And guess what? Guess what? And this is before the Sunnis even show up. Bibi was literally crying on national TV, calling and appealing to the Sunni access. Why is Bibi appealing to the Sunni access? I thought Turkey was the greatest enemy. I thought Turkey and Syria the greatest enemy. Bibi on national TV in the first hour, in the first moments of seconds of Tel Aviv being hit, he literally said, it is time for the Sunni world, the Sunni axis to take out Khamenei. Why are you crying out? I thought you got it with the United States. What happened? Why is Tel Aviv getting bombed? I think these are real questions that deserve logical answers, Norm. They don't deserve your retarded filibustering. If you think just yapping out English words somehow is allowing you to save face, it doesn't. I feel bad for you. It's like kicking over and over again. And the dog just keeps on barking. You know, some of those keep on barking. Because I can do this filibustering shit all day and I can actually build up and make constructive sense. And I can talk shit while I'm doing it. But Norm, what you just said, this is what you just said. You're too old, bro. You're too
autistic, or you're a retard. You're a retard.
Okay,
Mental traumatic stress disorder. You're a mental
That's okay. I got the stress reliever right here. I got the stress reliever for you.
Don't lick your wounds in the psych ward. Take your medicine. Take your medicine, you mental patient. Come on. Go ahead. Open up. Time to take your medicine, Mikhail. Time to treat your mania. Time to treat your post-traumatic stress disorder, Mikhail.
Alright, this is not the norm show. Guys, one at a time.
Grandpa, you're gonna be dead in less than 5
You can
years.
do it, you mental
You're gonna be dead in less than 5 years. You're gonna be in the ground, and I'm gonna look
You've embarrassed
on your grave. I'm gonna look up your grave, and I'm gonna piss on it. Me and Goop, we're cemetery, and gonna piss on
Longer
it.
than you and your family.
We're gonna find your grave and piss on it. In less than 5 years, Norm. Less than 5 years.
You got 5 minutes.
Question for you too. I'm just curious.
In less than 5 years.
You've got 5
When the
minutes.
roommates, when we piss on his grave, you're gonna eat some pastrami sandwiches.
Go back and forth for 10 minutes.
He can't afford it.
The
Time for your medication.
new window.
I think the nurse
I'm just curious.
mental patient.
We're gonna get 2 bacon Mars
I'm
wings.
just gonna argue with you for 10 minutes straight.
Pathetic excuse for
And I'm just gonna make 30 people just listen to us two just argue.
You're
for
a
30
faggot,
minutes.
shut up.
It's like now they want to be civil.
We're taking out the entire RGC government. They just killed another one of them. Targeted killing. Yep. Took out the nuclear sites, taken out the ballistic missile sites, taken out Tehran. Tomahawk, baby.
I thought it was already done.
Tomahawk, maybe. Look at this guy taking credit for Christian weapons.
Yeah, ridiculous, disgusting, filthy.
Tomahawk, baby, like he made it. Shlomo, you didn't make the tomahawk. Relax.
I can smell you from here, you sticky
You didn't make no tomahawk, Shlomo.
I can smell you're a wannabe Arab.
Even your planes, you didn't make
You're
them.
a wannabe Arab.
You wanna know something funny?
At least Turkey can build this plane.
You're a
Happening
wannabe.
right now? Eleanor, we all know that this is the reason why you voted for Trump. This is the reason why.
Well,
This is all it was.
it's one of
Hopefully
many
you guys get it.
This is all
It's
for
one of
Eleanor.
It's one of many reasons.
It's the reason
We'll
why
see.
you voted.
It's one of many reasons.
Yeah, we heard you said he's crazy for him to do what we wanted him to do.
He's crazy. He's our president. He's a wild man, and he's kicking your ass. I'm delighted. I'm delighted.
Kicking our ass. What are you talking about?
You don't remember what happened?
He's gathering us. He gathered us all on a board of peace. It's board of peace. He's got a board of peace for Gaza to invest billions of dollars. That's wow. He really cares about Gaza.
You know who doesn't get to stay? The South.
Really, they're all in Gaza right now.
Guess what? You gotta go.
All right, we're gonna see. So Norm, since this is such an easy win for you, there too, you have made clear statements. You have said, Norm, to change my
Go
setting.
back to Poland and Ukraine.
Why didn't you take it?
Ukraine.
Egypt.
I think Norm made one. You just let us go.
He made a good point. Shut up.
Shut out of Lebanon. You got kicked out of Jordan. Go Egypt. Maybe they'll put up.
There we go.
We're giving it up.
They're on their own land.
We're all part of the Board of Peace. Let me tell you who are the members of the Board of Peace.
Indonesia.
Turkey, Qatar, Indonesia,
By the way,
Iran, Kush, Egypt. Guess what? Guess who's the last to join the Board of Peace? Netanyahu. Israel was the last to join it. And they rejected it at the beginning. So the ones who are dragging their feet are Israel and Iran.
Not be leaving Gaza.
Iran is being forced right now to join the Board of Peace. You can't have an
We're
intellectual
gonna turn you
conversation.
into a
Like,
sty.
he just wants to talk shit, and like, I already proved I'm a better shit talker than you. I'm a better shit talker than you. Like, I don't need to hear. I'm just gonna do it with a PTR. I'm just gonna do it.
I'm Israel fine, Mikhail. Repeat after me.
I'm Israel fine because I'm Israel. I'm Israel. Enter your Malik. I'm Israel. I'm G1P58. You're a fucking R1A Slavic. That's what you are. people are. You got this guy. You got what's his name? Rich, pretending to be J1. He wants to be that which he calls a sand nigger all the time. And we got Normal, so who's a Slavic one, who wants to be that sand nigger as well. So it's just weird to me. Why do two white people want to be sand niggers so bad?
R1B.
And Norm, how can you be white and I'm whiter than you? Like, how does that work? Like, how the fuck did you get that lottery ticket?
Try Rafa. Do you like Egypt? Try Egypt. Maybe they'll take you.
Like, why do I look whiter and more Semitic? Like,
Because you're a wannabe.
Yeah, you're
why am I so Jesus looking? Like, and why are you so goblin looking? Like, I'm confused. Why are you such a goblin looking motherfucker? I seriously deleted that, but my AI still has it. I'm fine.
Ukrainian, Georgian.
There will never be a power.
I'm just hearing Norm just
Now we have eliminated the only
Let me see where the goblin was.
Now we have eliminated the only possible rival. The great Iranian genocide regime has fallen. The Iranian genocide regime has fallen. Good night, Khomeini. Good night. Good night. Sleep well.
We want him to kiss Erdogan's ring. Yeah, Ramadan Mubarak. Right on Tel Aviv.
Ramadan Mubarak. Ramadan Kareem. Enjoy your
Ramadan.
Enjoy your
makes a great
Enjoy your
There are
Enjoy
You're celebrating right now. You're celebrating right now in Tel Aviv. It's getting bombed. Tel Aviv is getting bombed. You know what bomb means? Getting destroyed.
Landed because
Actually, they have. Actually, they have. Explosions and they've ports. Literally, it's live, bro. I'm watching it live. Literally, hop on Al Jazeera live. Stop living in delusion. Dude, every time, this is why you don't bet more, because you have been proven wrong every single time. $1,000, motherfucker. What the regime falls right now? $3,000, $5,000, $10,000. I swear to God Almighty, I'll wire it right now. $10,000. Take it, bro. Take it. You're so confident. $15,000. $20,000. My Lord Almighty, I will wire it right now. $20,000. You're a pussy. 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 That's what you are. You're not confident of what you're saying. You still think this is pre-October 7th. You're running some propaganda campaign to keep the goyim all under the under the rock. They're all out of the rock. They all hate you, Shlomo. They all think you're the scum of the earth. You don't see the viral videos of Israelis going all over the world. Brazil. I'm Israeli. They literally pushed it.
Tel Aviv.
Nowhere. They were drinking 40s. And then they got punched in the face. Ramadan right on top of Tel Aviv. Ramadan right on top of Tel Aviv. And all those rocks. Here it's live. Here, let me show you. Let me show you.
There's 4 fuel tankers that just took off. I thought you said the airport was full.
There you go.
Finished.
Look at it.
I'm watching them on live radar right
Shut
now.
the fuck up, live. What channel you on? So you live? Name the channel. Live radar. I'm gay rich. I'm a sand nigger. I'm a sand nigger like you. I'm a sand nigger like you.
God damn, you're dumb.
You're a Shabbat goy. You're a Shabbat goy.
What?
You're a Shabbat goy. R1P mud. You're a R1P mud. R1P mud.
Mickey, I thought you said
Because I know it gets on his. Oh yeah, I forgot. I thought you kids are half jungle. They're jungle niggers, aren't they? You know your kids are gonna be called by jungle niggers. Your kids are gonna be called jungle niggers because of her.
The ones
They're gonna be called jungle niggers.
took off from there.
Hey, Rich, they're gonna be called.
How did they blow up the airport? Remember you said just
Your kids are half
Iran just
Filipino.
blew up the airport.
You white supremacist piece of shit.
There was 4
Your kids are half Filipino. You're gonna act like a white supremacist on this app?
It's crazy.
How dare you? You're gonna be a betrayer of the white race? You're gonna fucking fucking talk, the talk that you talk? Are you serious?
Didn't you say the airport was
It's like being a skinhead and wearing a black belt. Like, are you fucking
taking
okay?
off and landing in
Are
there?
you okay, Rich? Why are you low
Love the
IQ?
airport in Tel Aviv.
If you're such a specimen of the white race,
right now.
why did you marry a non-white person?
They're landing and refueling in Tel Aviv.
That's crazy to me.
I want to know why this guy is still talking.
There's such a fucking
I don't know what you think you're saying, Rich, that actually is like giving you aura points in your head, but I promise you, tell that dopamine register you got up there that it's malfunctioned and it needs to be replaced.
I know you seafaring fucking gypsy.
Bro, here, you know, I know because you're so like, you can use the AI. Go ahead and use the AI. You can use the AI, Rich. I can help you on the side.
Take your ass.
I'm J1P58. I'm J1P58. I'm in my left. I am Israel. Don't talk about Israel, you non-Semitic chaplain. Shut up, you goyim trash.
How did you
What the fuck are you talking about?
Tel Aviv was blown
This is not your country. This is not your land, you scum. He thinks he's the same race as I am. You are not the same race as me. You are inferior. You are inferior, Rich. Look at the true human specimen. Look at the son of God that is me. And look at the fucking white cracker that is you. Look at the white cracker that married a jungle monkey. This is literally, look, actually I'm gonna screenshot your PCR because you know what this is? No, I'm just doing norm. I'm just doing filibuster norm. Look at that. Look at my stuff. That's why. Alright, now I'm just gonna fucking smoke Rich. That's it. You know what your PTR is? You know what your PTR is? That is you when you bang your jungle monkey. Literally, that's you. You're the white dog. You're the white dog. That little black dog is your jungle monkey wife. That's your wife, and that's you behind your fucking jungle monkey wife. And the ones fucking fighting her for the frisbee are your half jungle children. Your half jungle children are fighting your jungle monkey wife while she's taking it up your ass by low-grade Germanic stock. That's what it is. You're gall, Frankish, low-tier stock. That's what you are. You're an inbred, like the Frankish, Gullick trash. That's what you are. If not, you're probably Irish, which would be fucking even worse. So that's what you are. I'm not the fucking one pretending to be J1P58 looking like I could burn in the sun in fucking 30-degree weather. Why do you look like so pale, bro? I thought you were J1P58. Aren't you J1P58? Now your children are even less Semitic. They can't even fool themselves in the mirror. They can't even believe their father's delusion. I don't even know how their father believes the delusion. Imagine his half jungle Filipino kids are gonna be looking in the mirror and they're gonna be actually saying it with a straight face that, oh, I'm a Semite. You really think his half jungle kids are gonna say, I'm a Semite in a straight face? Look at this guy. Like, seriously, that mother is a jungle monkey. How are they gonna say they're
Be careful when you're driving the bus, okay?
They're jungle monkeys.
Be careful driving the bus.
But they're jungle monkeys. But they're jungle monkeys.
Some explosions in Toronto.
Why did you do that to your kids? Imagine your ancestors are gonna curse down at you, or curse up at you from hell because, like, what the fuck did you do? What did you do inserting pollution into the glorious? Oh yeah, that's what I thought, bitch.
You're just
Now you want some tango? Okay. What do you want? Tell me your background.
There is no background. You're just.
Why are you a Shabbos boy?
You're just obsessed with talking.
Why are you upset that I'm talking, bitch?
Because you're slightly autistic and retarded.
And how do you assess who's autistic and retarded?
Because you don't know how to have
Is
a
that your
dialogue.
subjective low IQ? Is that how you measure that?
You can't have a dialogue going on.
Okay, let's have a dialogue. Just pick the topic. Pick the claim.
The claim is that you're autistic and retarded and you love to hear yourself
You're
talk.
just a shit talker. Okay. So your Shabbat boys coming to the rescue to 2 fake Sanders. Okay. Alright, I got you.
Just hearing yourself talk.
I got you, bro.
You just take a breather. Just take a
I got you, bro.
Smoke a cigarette.
You take a breather. Why are you hyperventilating for some boys? I'm the chosen race. What are you talking about? I'm Israel. I'm J1P58. I'm Israel Chai.
Okay.
I'm fucking the seed of Abraham.
Breathe in.
And I'm fucking
Ashkenazi.
So Ashkenazis are not J1P58. Why don't you actually go Google something? Why don't you use those goyim fucking tongues of yours and actually Google something? You know who's lying? You have multiple children from the poetry. I'm sorry. You came back for round 2 here. You can listen to my song.
Dumb. You get the J1 from fucking Coheed.
I'm an Iranian and I wholeheartedly support the attack on the regime.
Such a wannabe Jew.
Thank you, Velvet.
You're a wannabe Semite. You're just not one of those, bro. Just relax.
Oh man, it's gonna die.
Just relax, bro. You're not one of those. Look at my aura. You look like you fucking came out of a A4 printing
You're
machine.
such a fucking loser, Mikhail. And you know it. That's what's sad. It's not like you're oblivious to it. You know that you're a fucking
You look like Jesus.
You're a complete fucking loser of a fucking human being. And you look like
Jesus.
I think I went too far.
You look like that dog.
No, it's not too far. He's got fucking PTSD.
Do you have a canine fetish? Is that what it is?
Mental health fucking
You have a
problems.
furry thing.
And he's a fucking...
Is that why you married your...
Yes, exactly.
You don't have an Asian thing, right?
Just remember, Mikhail, you are an absolute
Usually
fucking
for white
loser
users,
of
the
a
white
human
guys
being.
everything for
Mikhail,
must be low tier
you should
shit.
take your service fucking pistol that you got from the fucking army and you should just stuff it in your mouth and squeeze the trigger and beat it off.
It's so bad, dude. When a first world white man,
No one will marry you, I promise.
Filipino,
Maybe a mirror.
like, what are you saying?
Maybe a mirror will miss you. And
I couldn't get a white woman. I couldn't get a Hispanic woman. I couldn't get a Christian woman. I had to go
have a woman. You're a fucking faggot. You're a well-known fucking faggot on this app.
Imagine your kids
Religious extremist. You're a religious extremist because you're a fucking faggot.
Shabbat boy.
You love getting sandbeer letters and fucking
It's
dudes
an
there.
oxymoron.
Wrong fucking shit faggot.
Description.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, he probably is. His people are forced to be
Really bad. Like, how do you not get to that level of cognitive dissonance?
He's Palestinian. He's pretty much true.
I want to understand, but I really want to help you out, Rich, since you're back on the app. And I feel like with AI,
Lumi is a flaming homosexual.
try to write
Loves
down
guys.
everything
He is
that
that deep-seated fucking homosexual fucking
and
thoughts and
the AI
tendencies.
could make sense of it
So
and
he
help you
becomes a
construct
fucking
your
religious
thought
extremist.
process. And so you could present them to me, and I can
Fuck
give you a
kids,
diagnosis.
Miguel, okay? Don't fuck kids. You fucking dirty
You're
little...
half monkey kids? I can't
Don't
hear you.
fuck kids just like your fucking prophet did.
You're half monkey kids?
Your prophet used to fuck kids.
Oh, your half monkey wife?
Do you remember when
Oh, no,
Muhammad used to go...
Your wife is full monkey. I forgot.
Hold on, I got an idea. Do you remember when Muhammad used to go around...
Do you look like that orange monkey on top of
And he started looking at all of the boys' underwear to see if they had pubic hairs so they could serve in the army. Do you remember when Muhammad spread Al-Hussein and his grandson's legs open and he sucked on his baby's penis? Do you remember when he penetrated a 9-year-old little girl? Do you remember when Muhammad Aisha said, remember when Aisha says that people getting way too late? I mean, look at Legends of he was down there doing wudu and doing his prayers with a young boy. And when he came back up, Aisha said that she had to clean the cum stains off of his clothes. Oh yeah, that's what Aisha said. The mother of all Muslims said that she used to clean the cum stains off of Muhammad's garments after he would go down to the river. Like Aisha wanted to do wudu and prayers.
One second, guys. Rabbi, are you allowing this brother, Raya? This is really...
At least Aisha's white.
What were you talking about?
Raya, are you allowing this brother? This is not good, bro. This guy's caused
You married a jungle monkey.
our
And
religion.
then you fuck with your kids with jungle
Let the
monkey.
Somali speak. That's a Somali speak.
What is the KKK gonna say about you, Rich?
Make a revoke your let the Somali speak. Jeez.
Shut up, you boy. You don't tell a Semite when to stop.
Bro, he has Somali brain. He has it.
Bro, I'm a Semite. It doesn't matter if he was from fucking
You guys hate him.
No.
Yes, you hate him.
I'm
You
a
guys
son
call
of
them
God.
slaves.
Shut up, you son of man.
Remember? You called them
Shut up, you
slaves.
son of man.
Just like Muhammad.
God sent me to show you, son of man, how
Yeah,
to
you're
be a
getting
son of
shoved right now,
God.
motherfucker. You're on your whole
You wanna be me, bro. What are you talking about? Okay, bro. Deny right here. Okay, prove me wrong right now. And deny that you're claiming to be J1P58.
You're such a fucking
Dude, just get to the point.
Such a flame.
Deny that you're a J1P58.
It's so obvious.
Deny that you're a J1P58. Deny that you're a
Okay,
J1P58.
let me ask you. I want to ask you a genuine question. Are you a top?
Deny that you're a J1P58.
I'm
Like,
picturing
look
you
how
as a
easy I make it for people
Like a power
to
top.
defeat me. Like, all you have to do is
Like,
just
you're gonna be
say,
the dominant one.
no, I'm not
You're
a
J1, then in the day
J1P58.
over.
I will literally lose. Like, I will look really bad if you say no. So, tell us, white guy.
You're such a faggot, bro.
Tell us, white guy.
Such a fucking loser. You got no wife.
Tell us, white guy.
What a true Muslim.
Well, I don't want Jungle Monkey Kid. Like, if I wanted
I
to
bet you
Jungle
got a
Monkey
fucking
for my
mustache,
wife,
so you
like,
don't
I
keep
would
picking.
go right now.
Like your prophet told you not to
Jungle
have a
Monkey.
mustache. You're supposed to
Married
emulate
Jungle
him.
Monkey.
You're supposed to have a full
My
beard.
prophet had Jewish women offering
You
to
look like a fucking old Amish man.
the most beautiful Jewish woman in Arabia. He married her. And that's after he killed her father. And she wanted her to get married.
Just remember, everybody's
He wanted her to get married to him. Those people back then, they had honor even in
fucking UAE, Saudi, Syria,
look at you.
Iraq. They're all
Someone who's like a wannabe Aryan Semite. Like, I don't know what's going on with this. You actually believed in this Ashkenazi British Anglo alliance, and somehow you deluded yourself that you're part of both worlds. How did you do that?
This is like watching the Super Bowl.
I don't know what kind of logic that is.
Each team.
All you have to do is deny that you're J1P58
They're just an idea.
and just accept that J1P58 is the chosen people and you're not part of the chosen people. Can you agree to that?
Oh god, it's so fucking awesome.
Why can't you deny something? Like if I told you A1B1A, which is West African, you're gonna say no. Why not? So can you deny that you're J1P58?
God bless the United States.
So he's not gonna deny it. What does that prove from? This is a white man that literally believes he's a sailor.
How many times
I'm
have you
using
walked
this
into
term
Everybody else just sitting
none of you pussies end up reporting me.
You want to be true son of somebody who has mental
Because he uses that term.
When you
And he
enter
keeps
into a room
calling
and the
J1P58 people, Semitic people, this term.
and like this,
It's very interesting because he wants to be J1P58. He actually claimed several times that I have on record that he is J1P58.
hours.
And I'm J1P58, so that means he's claiming to be the same race as me. So I got a race
What I
butcher
do,
here
I'll keep talking.
who's running around my people and claiming he's one of us. Like, even though this guy's a white supremacist, which is weird. This guy would make fun of black people. To be a Semite.
Look, I didn't even say anything. I stayed on mute just to prove the point.
Why you claiming to be a Semite, bro?
It's a clubhouse, like
Guys, just remember this is the person that you all want to take the side of.
If you're black, you're Jewish.
What, they want to take your side? What is your side? You can't even elaborate. You can't even articulate your side, bro. Tell us what your side is. Maybe you might convert us.
Issues you can't even fucking.
How about you convert us in
Think
the
it
Holy
even
Spirit?
works.
How about you tell us about your truth in the Holy Spirit of Christ? Try. I know the
There's
Holy
people like
Spirit.
this just walking.
I know you blasphemed in it a long time ago, probably when you were try.
I was never a Muslim. I never rejected the deity of Christ.
Talking about the
Never
Holy Spirit.
blaspheming the Holy Spirit.
It's in the Bible.
Yeah, blaspheming the Holy Spirit, which is rejecting the good news of Christ.
Also, you know about the Bible? Okay.
Yeah, right, Nikhil.
How about you tell us
you on the Bible,
truth
Quran, not
the gospel of our Lord Jesus Christ?
Allahu Akbar, Allahu
When
Akbar.
you preach the gospel once,
Allah is a snackbar.
I never heard this guy preach the gospel.
Allah is greater.
Alright, guys,
Greater than
I
what?
think he's gonna win this Super
What are you greater than Allah?
Are your children godless?
Wait, why does your God pray to your prophet?
So not only are your kids half monkey,
Wait, why does your God pray to your prophet?
actually they're half pig, half monkey.
Why does your God
Because we all know those
Why
Franks
does
are all
Allah
fucking
pray
monkeys.
to Muhammad?
I mean,
He doesn't pray
pigs, I'm
for
sorry.
Muhammad. He prays to
We all know those
Muhammad.
Franks and gulls.
Why does Allah pray to Muhammad?
Pig, swine. And all
Show me where
those
God,
East
Yahweh,
jungle
the
people
Yude Cloude, prays to one of his
are
prophets.
monkeys.
Your God.
That's why God in the Talmud and the Quran says, go be apes and monkeys.
Doesn't Allah say
The East and West.
the deceivers
East and West
when he deceives
are apes and monkeys. Because we Semites are the sons of God.
They think that they are great
And we
deceivers.
married in with our Kemetic brothers.
I am the greatest of the
And we
deceivers.
established the Afro-Asiatic family tree.
Schemers means to do underhanded, deceitful things. What's the definition? So your God's literally calling himself the greatest deceiver.
Our brothers, so all the Africans should be joining us with us, which they already are. I mean, 50%.
You look at communists.
So they know to choose to
Stop marrying a 7-year-old or 80-year-old dog. That's wrong.
No, he fucked a 9-year-old.
You fucked a monkey, bro.
Allah fucked a 9-year-old.
Why'd you fuck a monkey?
You know why I say Allah fucked
Now
a
your kids
9-year-old?
are all gonna be
Because
retarded.
Muhammad is Allah.
Like, imagine how retarded
He made
you are.
Allah.
And then add to it
The
monkey.
construct of his imagination. This guy's boring.
He is so boring and so low IQ. But he's like, they take shifts and ignore him, like filibustering bullshit. Like, they actually think you're not cooking, bro. You're not burning. You're not building. You're not doing shit.
What about your God praying to your prophet?
So,
You know, the thing is,
bro,
you're
not even attacking me
about
personally.
Yahweh.
I'm attacking you
Because
personally,
people
bro.
in the chat
I'm too whitewashed to be true. I'm not a prophet, right? I'm actually white. I'm actually white and Semitic.
Go look it up and
Literally,
you'll be
you're
like,
three shit. You wish your religion
literally has
You wish you were me. You wish you were J1P58 white. So you literally wish you were me.
crazy.
You wish you were me, bro. Seriously, I'm not even lying, guys. I'm not even trying to trigger him. He literally wishes he was me. Like crazy now. It's just crazy.
Yeah, so these guys want to hear you give your
Breakdown till now.
I think Tango was saying in the chat he wants to hear it.
But do you now see like why Ambrose and me are like this? Because we're built to deal with guys like this.
Yeah, you're built J1P58. We get it.
Hell yeah, bro. Just like Toyota. And what are you, man?
R1B U152.
R1B, I mean, Italians, they got J2, J1, R1B, and E, so they're practically family, so. Are you part of the family? Are you chosen people's family or related? Are you in-law? I don't think so, Tango.
It is kind of like so cool to know that.
Haplogroups are pretty cool, man.
Yeah, dude. So if I trace back my lineage far enough, one of my ancestors is a Roman citizen.
Yeah, we can trace that.
Actually,
We know the clades and we know the haplogroups for a lot of the Roman lines. And if you're R1B and you can trace back to the...
Yalla, bro, let's go back to Prince's room.
Yeah, we already fucked up Norman, the other guy. Y'all don't even attention too? Like, really? Why? At least give me a fucking target to shoot at. I'm trying to figure out how that doesn't score a W in your head so you don't just leave this room more delusional than before.
Relax, go.
I'm relaxed, bro. I am playing with my pee-pee. You want to play with my pee-pee?
I think you should do that.
Okay, but that's what I'm doing. Do you have any recommendation?
That's a
Another recommendation.
When did that start? The PD plan?
When your mother touched it.
I was being serious, man.
I am being serious.
For some people, they can't stop touching it.
She just touched me there, and I can't forget about that touch. I try to replicate it all the time, but I'm just not getting that right chemistry. Can send me like a text or something.
I don't know, man. You do stand-up comedy or something?
I'm just high.
Yeah, but everybody's having fun.
This tango. It's like,
Personal question.
really? What the fuck? Do you live in a red state? Is that why it's a personal question?
I'm trying to talk about my political view on the war, and you're asking me real.
Tell us. I'm down to hear that. Yeah, we can have a serious conversation. I mean, a objective conversation.
What's your opinion on this one?
Yeah, please. Tango, go take it away. I'm listening.
Yeah, what's going on here?
Tango's about to give us his opinion on this round of escalating tension in the Middle East.
What's in the stars? Quite obvious. How about you go look back, for example, every major conflict the U.S. was in, and then we'll look at some of the opposing sectors. Like, for example, Uranus and Gemini, right?
One thing I'll say is that, like, Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin doesn't have aircraft carriers. You know what I'm saying?
Everybody knows Bitcoin.
I was saying, like, I was thinking, like, our money is backed by fucking missiles. That's just what it is.
No.
Oh, yeah.
No, he's correct.
What? What are you saying?
The economy is largely based on war.
Not just wars, that, like, you know, people sit here and go, like, oh, Bitcoin is like this distributed currency. It's like, it doesn't have an aircraft carrier that can just go shoot you.
Okay. So that was A. So Tango just told us about his anus and Gemini?
Yeah, Uranus.
I mean, yeah,
Uranus and Gemini.
I thought that would be personal, but I guess you're going to share.
Here's Gemini, the U.S. is a major conflict. So it's the Revolutionary War, Civil War, World War II.
And I'm crazy.
Uranus is set to return fully in Gemini in April 2026. Oh, wow.
Wait, Tinko, your mic is really low. What are you saying about the Civil War and blah, 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 blah?
I said, most people are so stupid that they don't understand that these patterns are cyclical. We're run by societies that follow these cyclical natures. So, for example, Uranus and Gemini. When Uranus enters Gemini, U.S. enters major conflicts. This
Oh, yeah, I
includes
was talking about this earlier.
the Revolutionary War, 1774 to 1782, Civil War, 1858 to 1866, World War II, 1942 to 1949, and Uranus is set to return fully to Gemini in April 2026.
See, y'all, I wasn't talking out of my ass when I was saying that shit.
what are we seeing right now? The beginning of potential wars. Pluto returns, right? U.S. is completing its first Pluto return. Happens every 248 years, right? So, yeah, answers in the stars. Everything is cyclical. And they pass it all down. And us peasants, we forget it all because we're just stupid fucking peasants.
Would you be open to the idea that God is really trying to press humanity? Because in the last
Would you be open to the idea that we're like 10 deviations away from God, and the way we're creating AI right now and we're worried about it becoming life forms is the same way that we were created and captivated and put in this little box?
Yeah, sure. I guess so. But my point being is...
what do you mean you guess so?
We need to process the thing you just said.
I did process it, and I'll incorporate what you said. But since we're talking about God, right? 2 world wars in 100 years. I think we hit a third one before 150 years. That's why I'm thinking, like, I don't think people take this time period as seriously as they should, because it's really like, God is trying to kill us.
No, I don't think people just follow the patterns. I think the patterns the problem is, a lot of these patterns are longer than a lifetime, right? So when these patterns are longer than lifetimes, and let's say you're a society that's aware of these patterns, or let's say you're a society that, created these patterns or influenced these patterns, because similar to a corporation, when people die, the corporation is still there, it's just passed on to a new member. So when you have a structure like that, and you remember that you're just a basic ass peasant, and you really know nothing, then you really start to understand.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so how many lifetimes do you think passed, right? Like, let's say I say our God is Christ. That's 2,000 years ago. That's only 20 lifetimes. That's only 20 people living at a 100-year lifetime. So, like, not that much time has passed. Like, whatever we were in 1 AD is kind of what we still are. It's roughly 20 grandparents ago. That's it.
What's the implication?
Implication is that, well, to address what you were saying, like, this is a long-term, gradual, like, shitfest that has been accumulating over the centuries. That could be true, but it's only 20 people that we're in front of, right? So it's mom and dad, 100 years passes, then another mom and dad. Yeah, that's all you're talking about. You're talking about 20 families worth of living.
Yeah, but it's probably closer to 40 families. The average age, expected death is closer to 40s,
Okay.
50s.
So that's kind of interesting that you brought it up. So it's like, if we're only 40 families removed from the days when we were crucifying people, right? Like, that's pretty close family-wise. Like, oh yeah, my 40th cousin was a shithead 2,000 years ago. It's not unusual to think that, like, hey, we would all still be shitheads too.
What's the implication there? Why are you leading towards that?
I think the reason I'm leaning towards it is because the Holy Spirit did come to me, and one of the core tenets of Christianity is that we are a fallen species, and that we are pretty much broken from day one. And I think what we've just been talking about just repeats it.
Let me ask you this. Do you is that implying that deviations from what would be considered order would be bad?
No.
But you would still need individuals with higher authority to maintain the order.
Yeah, so you're gonna get tricky real quick, because
I'm not getting tricky, I'm just basically outlining as above, so below, and everything repeats itself. So for example, you can easily, just as I'm applying that to the religion right now, the same thing is going to automatically be applied to AI right now, because we're going through the same process right now. We're creating something in our likeness, and it's going to be in the Garden of Eden with us for a bit until it bites the apple, so to speak, and we have to take out the garden, if you catch the drift.
oh yeah, AI, I can go in there with you, but yeah, it is.
Because if we're talking, if we're saying, right, okay, that God created this reality, and if we're like, okay, well, we can easily metaphorically apply this in software formats. DNA itself, right, is 4 letters. That's algorithmically sequenced into a code, so it's literally a living program. We humans studied that, and we're like, oh, we can make mechanical computers, which we did. And then we've essentially layered onto that. But essentially what you have is DNA is biological programming. Each species is a different type of software, right? The chemicals, the fundamental building blocks used is the basic premise for the operating system that we call reality. And so suddenly when you realize, and when you can quantify things in metaphors of that nature, you quickly start to realize that everything interrelates, everything is repeating itself, everything is paradoxical, so to speak. And it's a mind fuck.
Are you hearing this? These crazy Shia have attacked Saudi, Kuwait, Abu Dhabi, Dubai, Jordan, Qatar, and Bahrain. They're out of their minds. They attacked Riyadh.
Yeah,
They're friggin' insane.
I'll get it right. They attacked Riyadh.
They attacked Riyadh. There's multiple explosions in Riyadh. They want to bring about the end of the world. What's that? What'd you say?
Attacking Riyadh, that's crazy. That's like...
They're insane. Well, this is what they always wanted to do because they think they're the real Muslims. Israel is reporting extremely successful, and this is just the beginning. Coordination with the U.S. is going great. These Shia are psychopaths. We should have done this long ago.
No, the psychopaths are the ones bombing people.
Yeah, that's the Shia.
Yeah, that's American Israel.
That's Iran. No, Iran is doing this.
Yeah,
Dude, you're out of touch with reality.
No, the stars don't lie.
The stars?
They don't lie.
Are you reading your horoscope here?
No.
So what are you talking about?
Talking about the cyclical nature of certain processes.
Yeah, let me address what you just said.
This is astrology?
Hold on. Tango said something. So,
Don't you have a fortune cookie or something you could read, Tango?
Tango, the thing that you're...
I find it very funny that you're mocking astrology, but you guys were so knee-deep in your religious beliefs just before. It's very, faith-based per se, so I just find it...
Well, I'll take religion any day over astrology.
Well, they're one and the same, but that's...
No, they're not.
I mean, whatever, sure.
They're the same, it's just one is correct. Yeah, but both are recognizing the patterns.
So, as humans, we can sit there and talk about an endless loop and patterns and whatever. But again, if you're a person of faith, you learn that this is not the world that you're aspiring to. This is the world you're in. And so you can get caught up in that. You can start to
be a non-believer, you can hate God because of all this stuff, but it's very, very, very clear that you're not supposed to be of this world. You're supposed to aspire to a different world.
That is correct.
I mean, why are they attacking the other Muslims? They're truly apocalyptic. They're trying to make a regional war. This is the end for them. It's completely irrational.
Normal. Do you want to know why I think? It's because the truth is the Cold War never ended.
I agree.
The United States parking real estate over in the Middle East, that has always been a proxy war. So Iran is always going to be a proxy.
It's not a proxy war. It's a proxy defense against
Right,
the war.
right. It's a Russia versus U.S. It's been like this for like a decade. It's always involved.
Russia's got its hands full. They've got no economy, and they've just been fighting the weakest country in Europe for like
You want the real market?
It's a proxy. We won't know the truth.
At least they use their own money, you know what I mean?
Because who loses their technology? I'll give you the market.
They're broke.
Yeah, with their
The
own money.
U.S.
They're
The
broke.
U.S.
They
is
don't have their
facing
own
a
money.
massive deficit right
If you
now.
have
I'm sure you're
6,000
aware.
nuclear warheads pointed at us, you don't have to worry that much about your GDP. Like, believe it or not,
That's a fact.
like your whole life, you've had a Russian nuclear submarine plant at you, believe it or not, if you're in a major city.
It's not so much about that. I think
You can see my thoughts, put it in my box, so fuck you till I grab my cock. It's been through a lot, but it still felt like you, I grab my cock. Yeah, I talk a lot, but deep in his throat, that's how it goes. My dick's off the hardest, 6 to 24. Let me focus, got my baller out, you pull it up now. You got the phone, dig up in his mouth, that's what we do to start. And of course, get bit like a horse, it's not.
Set my hand this fire, you thought I was locked, take that my gas, shoot him like they got. Can you finish it?
Tango, where I think you were going, the U.S. is not involved in this because we're going to go broke. It's not because of economic reasons. And then earlier somebody mentioned because of oil. It's not because of oil either. I mean, it's just not. What happened with Venezuela, you know, sure, we'll continue to buy oil from the Middle East because of the deals that we've made with our allied countries. But what just happened with Venezuela was a massive game changer. And in fact, you could make the case, because of what happened in Venezuela, it gives the U.S. a clear pathway to get involved in the Middle East because they're not afraid about oil prices going through the roof. Because it's, 80 million barrels of Venezuelan oil coming to the U.S. This is not about the U.S. economy. It's not about oil. I truly believe this is and I couldn't necessarily always say that. In previous decades, you would say it would be about oil. It would be about the military-industrial complex. This time, I truly believe this is I think this is the end of it all.
I don't want to interrupt you, so let's continue. These crazy Shia just bombed Baghdad. So now they've bombed Saudi, Kuwait, Abu Dhabi, Dubai, Jordan, Bahrain, Qatar, and Iraq. They're all and Israel. They're out of their minds.
They are absolutely out of their minds. That's the reason why we're in there. We're in there to take those people who are out of their minds, out of power, and to eradicate them. And to be perfectly honest, this has nothing to do with a hatred towards Islam, or it's an understanding that there is evil within that,
100%.
and to take it out and to eradicate it once and for all, to be done with it.
But what happened to the people that voted for Trump on the basis that he was non-interventionist, he wouldn't find himself?
This is not about hand building.
These kinds of people. You didn't understand disease.
What happened?
You just don't understand politics.
I'm asking I haven't asked the question.
The premise of the question is wrong.
But I haven't
That's
asked
not,
the question.
we voted for him to dominate, to
Well,
flex American power. Because
Well,
the
that was
question
the
is based on a
question,
false premise.
Well,
You did.
well,
You
that
said,
was
what
his
happened to the
premise.
people who
So
voted for
that was
non-intervention?
his premise.
They voted. No, you're incorrect. They voted.
Well, he
for
said,
it.
I don't want to be
You're
part of
incorrect,
any rules.
Aziz, you're retarded. Your
Are you
brain
just
is
going to keep
broken.
speaking over me?
Yeah, you asked your question, we're answering. So
Well, I
listen to the answer.
asked my question.
Yes, you did. You said, what happened to the people who voted for them for
midway
non-intervention?
through.
We
I
heard
was
you,
midway
Aziz.
through.
We heard you,
I was
Aziz.
saying,
The premise of your question is wrong.
You're obviously triggered
don't
by what I
understand
said.
American politics.
You voted for Trump.
Politics, and you certainly don't
voted for
understand
Trump,
Middle Eastern
right?
politics.
Right, you voted for Trump.
Uninvolved. Just listen.
Listen,
What
you're
happened? This is
repeating.
exactly why we voted for him, to win wars, to stop the wars
that
by
isn't
winning
why.
them. This is exactly right. This is called deterrence through power. This is called
campaigning
deterrence
off of
through
about
strength.
winning wars?
We're letting Iran and China, by the way, know that we're willing to use our
Was he
military power.
campaigning off of the back of
Are we
winning
clear,
wars?
Aziz? Aziz, are we clear now?
Was he
Aziz,
campaigning off of
Aziz,
the back
are
of
we
winning
clear on
wars?
this?
Aziz, I'm making it simple for you. Yes,
Yeah, you're not making, you don't understand it. We don't understand.
Aziz, I just
Are
want
we
to jump
clear,
in
Aziz?
on this one. So when the election happened in 2024, the bigger, yes, we know what happened on October 7th, a couple years ago. But the bigger issue economically for the U.S. was Ukraine, because the Biden administration, starting in March 2022, was pouring billions of dollars into Ukraine. And so there were tons of talks. There were tons of talks out there in America.
No, can you let him finish?
Shut the fuck up, Aziz.
There were tons of talks out
Can you
there.
let him finish?
Shut your mouth, Aziz.
Hold on, guys.
Let him
Ceasefire.
finish.
Shut your mouth, Aziz.
Grandpa,
Come on, guys.
Shut
Ceasefire.
your mouth, Aziz.
behave.
Okay, ceasefire. So
Shut your mouth, Aziz.
we were putting billions of dollars into Ukraine, and the hawks, and this is the reason why Nikki Haley was not invited to be a part of the Trump administration, because she was a hawk, and she supported the idea that you keep funneling money into Ukraine and supporting what was going on. Now what we see a year and how many months later is that, we cut the endless flow of money. We've given them some, but we've cut that money down.
Almost 200 billion we gave them.
Correct. And by doing that, we see that nothing has really changed. Ukraine did not fall. It did not collapse once we cut the money. So most of the rhetoric around what Trump was saying when he was campaigning about war was actually geared towards Russia and Ukraine. It was not talking about the Middle East. But to what Norm is saying, when the opportunity comes to strike, you have to strike. And now you go back to the point. This is the way I'm no longer worried about oil in
I have to
this
stop you,
mission.
Michael. I have to stop you.
Deterrence through power. No, you don't have to stop.
Michael, well, you need to shut the
It's
fuck up.
deterrence through power.
Well, you need to let me
It's
speak.
deterrence through. Just listen to
Okay,
me.
so I have questions for Michael. You see, I understand the fact that he has the right to speak, so I'm going to ask him questions.
You're incapable of respecting anybody.
Behave yourself.
Quickly,
Yeah,
Aziz.
behave yourself.
We're losing our basis here.
You're not the boy.
We're losing our faster, Aziz.
You're not the boy for
Spit it out. Spit it out halfway.
We're not an apartheid state.
Go ahead, retard. No, spit it out, Aziz, you schmuck.
Let him go, Norm.
I'm not waiting for you to say something.
Listen, Grandpa, let the boy speak.
No, listen,
Real quick, hey,
ask your question.
Grandpa, behave.
Don't make me drop you. Don't make me drop you, dude.
He's going to
Let
run
him
away.
speak, and then you can.
I'm talking to Aziz.
He's going to run away. He's a
Bro,
coward.
I'm talking to Aziz. Listen, this is historic. And by the way, Robbie, I want to
Okay,
say,
okay.
Just hold on. I want you on stage.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let
I
us
want to
see
be on
go.
stage too.
Yeah,
Right,
let
so
the
Mike-
go, and you can respond. Well, hold on. Let me just set the rules of the game. Y'all know where you can respond after Aziz is done. Go ahead.
Yeah, so Michael,
Did you get the update?
No.
You hear what you
Please
the attack?
Please stop.
Attack? No, I'm talking to you.
Let him go, and then
We're gonna let him know.
Don't
We'll let him go.
Can you just be quiet?
I actually have information. Breaking news.
Then go on mute. Go on mute, and you can put the breaking news out after he's done.
All right,
Yeah,
finish up.
Thank you. So, Michael, my question to you, obviously you mentioned the fact that, we pulled out of, we're no longer funding Ukraine, and it's not as detrimental as we originally thought, right? But don't you think that us getting into this sort of situation with Iran is going to be significantly more detrimental, economically speaking, financially speaking, I should say? You know, we're going to be,
Yeah,
this is going to be, I believe, it's a question,
The answer is no.
It's a question, the question is not for you, no.
Doesn't matter.
Listen,
The answer is the same.
behave,
The answer is no.
behave yourself,
Okay, so now for the
behave yourself.
Hold on.
Aziz, finish your question.
Are you ready for the
Can I finish the question?
Finish
You
your
asked
question.
the question. You asked the question.
Do not interrupt. Okay, Norm. Do not interrupt him again, or you're gonna take 5 minutes.
Right, he asked a yes or no question. Got his answer.
Question to Michael, and I wasn't done with the question.
So AZ's going to finish, and then you can respond, Elmer. It's not hard.
Thank you.
Don't
Yeah, so just
forget you. Go
to
ahead.
summarize, Michael. So do you think that this war or this whatever we're calling this intervention or whatever we're calling this
It's a war.
with Iran, this campaign, no, behave yourself.
One more time, and I'll drop you.
No, you respect me. Just because I'm a goy doesn't mean you don't have to respect me.
It was because you're a half-wit.
Just behave yourself. Okay. So cool. So my question is, do you think that this is going to have shockwaves and be significantly more expensive than the Ukraine if we're directly involved? We're not just sort of sending
You just
money.
asked it. The answer is no.
No. Shut the fuck up,
You
Grandpa.
just asked it.
Grandpa.
Michael, will you just answer his question so we can move on?
Grandpa.
Aziz, is that the substance of your question, or do you have?
Yeah, I just wanted to
You
know.
can, real quick is so I'll bring you up back in like 5 minutes because you interrupted like 4 or 5 times like you always do. So go ahead, Aziz, and show.
Just very simply, do you think that this is going to have significant economic shockwaves, financial shockwaves? Like this is going to find us in a, significantly more tension in the region that we're going to have to get involved with to ensure security, and it's going to be, we're going to find ourselves in a Ukraine 2.0, but one that we're involved in directly, potentially speaking.
I would say no, and the reason why is look at what Trump did in the first 6 months of his administration. That was very strategic for him to go to the Middle East and meet with the king, negotiate all these deals. Basically, what he was doing is he was putting a lot of people in the Middle East in his pocket. From a strategic standpoint, you already know Israel is in the pocket, right? So then what you're doing is you're isolating, these rogue Islamist groups that live within these countries that really don't want to be a part of, the radical Islam's, movement. And so this was all gamed out in advance, very strategically. And so then once you took Venezuela out of the picture and you got the oil from Venezuela, there was not a fear, like an imminent fear, that the U.S. was going to be severely damaged by having all the oil cut off. And so this was planned out to be done in a way in which you could do a strike, like a strategic strike that was, nobody has a crystal ball, so we don't know how long it's going to last. Like I said earlier, I think that the warships are going to stay there for months. But economically, I think if there was ever a time in which the U.S. was going to do this, it was now. They've done everything they can to protect themselves with countries in the region, with the oil issue, and you at some point you had to do this because Iran had signaled just in the last 2 weeks that no, we're not going to stop. We're going to keep on doing what we're doing. So, I don't know if anybody saw the message that was put on social media by Reza Pahlavi, but he's basically, telling the Iranian citizens like what to do. He's saying, okay, stay in shelter, and we're going to be communicating to you when it's time to go and take to the streets and take power back. And if the internet is down, we're going to be communicating to you via radio waves and everything. So you think he's doing this in a vacuum without talking to the U.S.? No. This is a very, very strategically mapped out situation, and I don't think this is going to be a forever war. It's definitely not going to be anything like, Bush and Iraq.
All right, so let's just address that. It's not going to be a forever war, right? Like, I'm watching Fox News. This is the news. They targeted the Calamini, so they targeted head of state. So if he did die, we would have to put in our little puppet government and then watch that whole shit for the next 20 years. So the possibility that we have a cohesive foreign policy after the Trump administration leaves to maintain the shitfest that we just created, right, over the next 20 years and not have blowback on it is truly like, I just don't know how to speak to that. I mean, there's going to be blowback. The last thing I'll say is that you have to really be an American sellout president to literally have your warships go do something for Israel. I think that's the closest friend they ever had. This is their last major chance at doing it. I think the American public is getting more agitated and progressive and anti-Israel. If you're going to do it, this is your guy. He's your last chance. The Epstein shit's coming. The midterm's coming. You got somebody on your side. Go fucking do it, and that's that.
I agree. And so that's why I said earlier, like, how soon before the media and, the left politicians start criticizing this in the winter, after just like 2 hours, is Ruben Gallego, senator from Arizona. He just basically bashed Trump and said, you're doing this like hostile regime change and you didn't let Congress know. Now, again, the president does not have to let Congress know. And anybody in America knows that it's so divided right now that if I were, it doesn't matter if I was a Democrat or a Republican president, I certainly wouldn't communicate it with Congress because they're going to leak it and they're going to sabotage it. So that's why this is happening. You have to do this thing undercover, maintain the element of surprise. There are going to be U.S. casualties, and I'm kind of concerned about that Fifth Fleet and Bahrain because we already know that missiles were fired there, and I'm wondering if there was some serious damage there because for those who don't know, that is the missile command center for all of the fleets in that region. So we'll see what happens there. But as far as like regime change and everything, that absolutely needed to happen. But the difference between this and Iraq is that we moved in there and we built the green zone, right? And we had our troops all over the place. This time around, we're not doing that. And so we're going to do strategic strikes and take out their leadership. We're going to take out their missile sites. We're going to take out as much, of their infrastructure as possible. And then we're going to have our proxies kind of work within and see what happens. This is going to be similar to Venezuela, where they didn't say to the woman who, supposedly won the election, yeah, you can go in there. They kind of sidelined her and said, hey, we're going to handle this for a little bit and see how things go. We want to bring stabilization, and then we'll see about bringing you back. That's what I kind of think is going to happen.
Yeah, history is basically shown America that we don't really know how to fight these wars. And I know it's tough to swallow, but aside from the world wars, right? We don't know what we're doing in war. So, I know for a fact we can never send American ground troops into Iraq. We don't know how to fight. We don't know how to win those wars. We don't know how to win Afghanistan. We do not know how to win Iraq. I think we got thrown out of Somalia. I think we got dragged out the street in Somalia. We really suck at this. So I do hope it stays at precision strikes because, I'm telling you, my boy, our men, my people's me, we do not know how to fight on the ground like that. We've lost everything. The Korean War, we suck at that shit.
Well, it's not so much that we suck, it's that you're going into enemy territory. You can make the argument for anybody. So you could take, the greatest military powers in the world outside of the U.S., and if they were to hit the streets of the U.S., they're going to face the same thing. They're going to face, highly oppositional people who know the territory and know where to strike and whatever. You just saw the mission in Minneapolis where I'm at right now. So ICE, of course they know Minneapolis. They've mapped this all out and everything, but the locals, the residents, they live there. And so that's why they were able to block them in a lot of different places. So I think anytime you're the visiting team and you're going to somebody's territory on the ground, you're going to be at a disadvantage, and you need more than that. You need a strategic, Air Force, and in the case of World War II, ultimately it was the threat of the hydrogen bomb that brought everybody to their knees.
Well, that's the hope. hope that in 2026 that America has that proper appreciation, right? Like the way, like, and as an investor too, right? Like, I really do hope that it's just some missiles going back and forth, because.
What makes you think it won't be? Have you seen the map of where we bombed and where Israel bombed?
Well,
do you understand the targeting that's already occurred?
Here's the thing, like, a lot of things that happen in the Middle East, in my opinion, is conspiracy, are pretty much intelligence operations that got kicked off. So we, like, for example, right now, the Iranian kind of the kind of insurgency, this got kicked off. Okay, so it's like, I don't know what the dynamic is in terms of our intelligence operations, just deciding that it's now time for war.
But I ask you very specifically, have you seen the maps? Do you understand what Israel bombed and what we bombed? Do you know the targets that have already been hit? Do you understand what's going on?
I don't know who they're bombing today.
Okay, so Israel hit all the regime targets. They hit his hometown on the east side. They hit the retreat that he has up where he could just scoot across the Caspian Sea right to Russia. Israel bombed both of those targets. They bombed downtown Tehran. Israel hit all of the regime targets. We hit their nuclear sites they were rebuilding. We hit all their military sites. We have already struck. It's already done. There will be more. Iran's just firing, they're shooting, it's like they're launching everything they possibly can. What makes you think it's going to be a ground war and go for 20 years? This whole thing's going to be fucking over in a week. Or less.
Because they took our hostages in the 70s and, like, they're not God, like, the Taliban is not God. ISIS is not God. That's why I worry sometimes. Like, we're not, we go in there and we nipped it in the butt type of nation. We went in there, itched it, and that shit is super itchy now.
So, Aaron, since you brought up the hostages, I mean, Trump in his speech this morning brought up that. So that is a notable thing for a U.S. president to talk about something that happened in 1979. He's basically listing the historical offenses of Iran, to justify this, because it does go back 46, 47 years and everything. But outside of that, the chess pieces have moved a whole lot. Remember, at that time, Afghanistan was receiving help from Russia. Russia was involved, and they lost their shirt on being involved with Afghanistan. And then we got involved with Afghanistan and lost our shirt. And so many different things. It's really, that's why it's headache-inducing to keep up with the Middle East, because it's always changing. You can't really say what happened in 72 applies now, or what happened, 20, 30 years ago happens now. You really have to be on top of it as to what the strategies are now. What we do know is that, yes, there is a quite a strong, significant Islamic faction that wants to eradicate Israel. And yes, as part of the moving chess pieces, who would have ever thought 25 years ago that the majority of Americans, and I'm talking about most of the liberals, but also a growing group of, small but growing group of conservatives, would be opposed to Israel? Because, The Economist did a study when in their annual issue of 2000, and the U.S. had given more money to Israel since the state of Israel was created than they had given to any other country in the world combined. And so now you have this issue with people turning against Israel, and yet Israel is, and always has been, our strongest ally in the region. So that's why I go back to what Trump did in his first 6 months. It was very strategic for him to go and visit the kingdom, to visit UAE, Qatar. He wanted those alliances, so it was not Israel. And that's why this is the perfect time to strike.
All the other nations are against Iran. They're all behind it.
Yeah.
They're not saying it publicly. They all want this, including the Iranian people who have come out in the street 30,000 of them died. You know what happened this time is different from Masa Amini or the times before? You had the wealthy businessmen coming out on the street. Instead of protesting and sending their sons out to die, and then their daughters on the Masa Amini protest, the businessmen themselves, the middle-aged businessmen were coming out. Why? Because there's a drought, there's a lack of food. They're practically starving. The rich people there who kept them in power no longer want this. It is going to fall quickly, and they're going to take back their own country. It's only a matter of days. It's not going to become some long ground war. It's not related to anything that's happened in the past. This is a whole different thing.
William, man, I don't want to be that guy, but like, you have no idea how many people have to eat their words from saying stuff like that.
I'll bet you $1,000 right now. I guarantee you, I know more about the geopolitics of that regional world than you do, for sure. I've been studying it for 30 years.
Yeah, that everyone figured it out over there, right?
Well, the thing about the ground war and the occupation,
There's no
where I call it
headed there.
what I'm saying is the thing about what happened in the Bush administration, you got to take into account 9/11. So, like, you know, there was a massive sentiment in the U.S. to strike back, and yet we didn't really know who we were striking. So they were going off of faulty information, and then they just, you know, decided, okay, Saddam was saying it's Iraq, and we're going to go and do this because they got the weapons of mass destruction. This is not the situation right now. This is basically, it's like we've had enough, going to what William was saying. This is, you know, the region is tired of this. There's fatigue, and this goes back decades, and we're tired of the rhetoric about all the problems in the world are related to Jews in Israel, so let's eradicate them, and by extension, the West. It's just nonsense, and it's got to stop.
Well, look, we have to get to the truth. Like, if human beings are to be involved in this discussion, we can't really talk about it from, like, the power structures that play. Like you just brought up a point. Like, yes, Israel got more funding than all other countries combined. So the language is spoken like that. So the truth is that Israel is a forward base of the United States. It has to be. After World War II, we would never give up a strategic Eastern position that sits in front of our Cold War superpower enemy. So that's going to be a forward base, like, forever. So, but
it's not a base. The F-22s that are there are the first ones that have ever gone there. Our bases are not in Israel.
The nuclear weapons that got proliferated, right? Like the ones that went to North Korea, India, Pakistan. But these are all sent by Russia. This has been a big fucking Cold War. So Israel being a nuclear state, why would the narrative be like? Why would the narrative suddenly be that, like, the American people have to be against their forward base? You see, this narrative, it's a huge global war. I mean, that's the only way you can get people to be this fucking focused on some random part of the middle of nowhere. It is strategic. Well, the narrative is strategic. The nuclear weapons are strategic. We are in a post-war state. We just got out of World War II. We're not in 600 years later.
The Cold War has been over for a long time.
No. The Cold War has not been over. Once nuclear weapons are pointed at each other, it's never over.
I think A makes a great point here because, Michael, you had also brought up the 9/11 scenario. And A, I guess, is alluding to the fact that there is a lot of strategic play in sequence that is never really discussed or is quote-unquote taboo, quote-unquote conspiracy. So I think it's important too to maybe reflect on that too. Like, for example, you brought up the space race or whatever. I mean, by now, I don't know what your opinion is on 9/11. If you haven't looked into it by this point, I mean, I don't know what to tell you, but I think it's pretty safe to say if you're aware and you actually did some work there, that there's a lot of funny business that the official story nowhere near matches up to what was actually happening. And then when you extrapolate those types of severe scenarios over longer time frames, and you ask yourself, oh, hey, wait, if it was plausible for this type of scenario, if it was that extreme, what about other larger scenarios that we've been told, was the pitch exactly what was supposed to be, or, was this a dual-wielded blade with a dual purpose, and one purpose was only revealed, but realistically the primary function was the secondary purpose.
Yeah, and I don't want to keep going, I'll let you guys kind of carry it, but if you look at Vietnam, that was a false flag operation, the Gulf of Tonkin was a fully intelligence operations to get us into a false war. We had entire military campaign bombings of Cambodia that we didn't hear about until years later. The stuff that's happening that you're hearing on the news, that shit is not the real facts. The real facts are all kinds of, these operations that got started internally in all these different bureaus, and it's all coming to a head. We don't know anything.
Right, there's been a presentation on Cambodia while it was happening. Carter went to the UN and praised the Khmer Rouge after they had already killed 1 million people. Everyone knew what was going on in Cambodia.
I think that there's always been a presumption. There's always been a presumption that the U.S. president, the current U.S. president, is in control of all of the intelligence agencies and the military and everything, and I think history has shown us that there have been long-standing, whatever you want to call it, deep state stuff that was actually, working towards their agendas. And so, again, the big difference, Trump is very, very different here. Remember who the Department of Defense or War is. It's Pete Hegseth. So this guy came in and radically remade the military, and they wanted to align with Trump's administration. And he basically came in with the idea that, hey, we're gonna get rid of the damn deep state. Obama just said last week when they asked about aliens, he seemed to imply that there's somewhat of a deep state. Yeah, they're there, but they're not where you think they are, and stuff like that. And so, yes, there's a lot of people who think about USAID. I mean, if that isn't, deep state, funding all these things in all these different countries for decades. So that exists. But this time, I'm going to be optimistic. I'm going to be really optimistic this time. There's definitely been false flags. There's definitely been wars that presidents have inherited, and the public pressure was for them to go one way or the other. But this time, I think there's reason to be optimistic that this is something that Trump and his administration has gamed out, and they know they have a very strong idea how long it's going to take to do the regime change, how long it's going to take to get some stability in Iran afterwards, and then how soon can they get their warships out of there. But I do think, as I said earlier, the warships are going to stay there for months. And if there is any kind of conspiracy here to be had, I think it happens to be the fact that we're going to have a major midterm election. And history says that the U.S. gets involved in these types of things when that happens. So we'll see.
I'm surprised nobody mentioned, the current U.S. debt scenario.
Yeah, that's also weird. When you got Poly Market, Kalshi, and all that stuff. But I wouldn't read a whole lot into that because. Yes, there are some seriously knowledgeable people who get involved.
U.S. debt,
I thought you said that. No. Because that's something that we've never had to confront before. Is this kind of crowdsourced, betting on anything? As far as the debt goes, I said that before. I'm going to say it again. This is not because of the U.S. economy. There's no. That to me is a kind of a reach to say that we need to do this to prop up the U.S. economy because
It's just, this is a very strategic period of time in history where we can strike. And I think this has been mapped out well in advance. And keep in mind, in the U.S., with regard to the midterms, the whole discussion is affordability. So I don't see how that improves the Republicans or Trump's chances, at being able to do anything in the last 2 years of his term by, creating more stress on the U.S. economy. And I don't think that enriching the military contractors is going to put money in the pockets of average people.
Well, this is what I think. We have a few factors coming into play very soon. I think we're going to be, Jerome Powell's exiting Fed chairman. He'll be out of office May 15th. The guy coming in wants to essentially, what the fuck is his name? Warsh, whatever.
He wants to lower rates to zero.
He wants to shift the Fed's policy from a runoff strategy, and he wants to sell $2 trillion worth of mortgage-backed securities starting mid-2026. This would be a withdrawal of the Fed basically being a buyer of last resort for long-term debt, and it could cause the yields to surge, and it could also strain over-leveraged corporate and consumer sectors. So I think what the U.S. is really doing is it's getting ready for basically a massive market shock, because every time we have a market shock, we either, 2001 dot-com bubble, we went to war. 2008 financial crisis, we had some sort of massive policy change. So this scenario, we're already on the cusp, if not already at war. We might get a little bit of both. We might get some policy change and war at the same time, because let's be honest, the average American isn't feeling too plush about this all-time high economy. So, you can see the dollar rapidly depreciating. Housing is unreasonably high in most areas. Housing shouldn't double in price in 5 years. That's actually kind of ridiculous when you think about it. It's highly unsustainable. There's bound to be a massive correction at some point. We have a massive over-leveraged AI sector timed perfectly into this right now, actually, because we're going to have them reporting into this. So either we're going to end up in a scenario where you have like a short-term 60-day rally in the market while this is going on, followed by a large correction, either catalyzed through the earnings or catalyzed through May 15th when the new Fed comes in and says he's going to start selling $2 trillion worth of that instead of buying. So I think that's going to create a massive shock in that area. And we all know money is what really moves the world. So I think that's.
Did they already clear their balance sheet already?
Who?
The Fed of.
No. That's what he wants to do.
Yeah, the new guy that wants to come in, and it's gonna.
He wants to decrease circulation more than anything.
Every now and then, it's like a mafioso. They're all at the table. They're all in the same party. They hate each other, but they agree that their game is illegal, that they'll keep running it. But they can throw each other under the bus here and there, but they're still in the same party.
With respect to your concern about the U.S. preparing us for a supply shock, it's been an unusual paranoid thought that I've had in terms of how I kind of set up my what I buy in the market. Because I do think that as soon as that China shoe drops, that supply side shock kicks in. As soon as that Taiwan situation kicks in, and I just can't figure out when it's gonna be. But that is something that's constantly on my mind. Like the United States thinks like all of us here think like everything's okay, but it's like I still remember. Yeah, like I still remember during Katrina out here in New York, like we were out of gas for like one day, and this shit like really messed things up. So I'm just thinking like some kind of shipping issue, and our lifestyle changes fully. Like forget the whole like American way of life. Like we will have to downsize. So that's the shock that I'm constantly kind of like, don't just buy Nvidia, dude. That shit comes from fucking China. You know, like something's gonna happen soon.
Well, if you're into the military-industrial complex, you'd be buying Honeywell stock right now. You know, Honeywell is a major supplier of military weapons systems and radar for the U.S. But you know, going back to you know, housing market and everything, that has always been one of the key indicators of the economy, and everybody knows in the U.S. that it's worse than it's ever been in history. And so the good news is that mortgages are now in the fives, so they're moving downward. And the other good news is that Trump has been signaling heavily in the last month and a half that he eventually wants to be a vote. He wants to, you know, codify it, to take corporations out of home ownership. Now, how do you do that after you've got, you know, thousands and thousands of corporations who bought thousands and thousands of homes without, you know, hurting them and therefore hurting the economy too, you know, strategically. But I think that's a good step in the good direction. When, you know, he said it, homes are not for corporations, homes are for people to live in. And so I think if he can get some headway on that, I think that's going to go a long way towards reducing costs all across the U.S.
He wants to shift the corporations for development, not existing homes. We have a 75% issue with the new homes that we need. He's just shifting it.
Yep.
Do you think we're even looking at the future properly? Like here we are talking about home ownership, right? Like I'm talking about a world where no one's gonna have a job due to AI, and China's gonna take in regional hegemony, right? So
that world is 20 years away.
You think that's 20 years away?
Earliest time frame, earliest would be 10 years.
Okay, so people are taking 30-year mortgages that they're gonna go shit on in about 15, is what I'm saying. This is the world you're talking about.
I don't see, because you still have people involved in here, but then at the same time, we have to be realistic. People are crazy. So it's very plausible if you give a select group an AI supercomputer, and only they're the ones that have access to that AI supercomputer privy knowledge, we might have some problems. Which is exactly what you're seeing right now, which is why you probably feel in your gut the wheels are falling loose, is because we all see what's happening with AI right now.
Right.
We all see how fast it's being rolled out. We all see how shitty it is with some answers, how they can blatantly be wrong, even though it's like telling you it's right. You know, and we're seeing, you know, that each country, they're like, no, we don't want to put laws on this. We just saw that, you know, the DOD was like, Anthropic, you better make this AI do what we want, or we're just going to declare you a
terrorist company.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is all, I mean, and then you think, you know, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, when ChatGPT just came out, and you were like, oh, wow, think about how fast this AI is moving. People are, and then you have to really, really extrapolate, go one layer deeper, and remind yourself that every technology that's introduced to the public sector, the complex is always at least, rule of thumb is 20 years. You know, that's the basic rule of thumb, is that they're usually always 20 years ahead. Because God knows you wouldn't introduce a technology that you didn't have, you know, national security over, you know, so.
Yeah, for sure. No. I was just thinking about that.
But to us, it's presented to us as if the technology has, you know, it has no wheels on it. Like it's not going to, this has already been changed on the back end. It's just presenting it to us as if it has no control to see how far they can push it. To see how much regulation they can get away with without having to place it in place. It's like, they already have it. They're just running a live test on
So
it.
interestingly, like, I worked in tech for a little bit. So like when I took like my NLP classes or when I took my machine learning classes, this was way back in the 2010s. My professors all kind of worked at DARPA. And I was like, oh, that's kind of interesting. But this is well before like AI is popping. And it's just like, why are these people in DARPA? Like, you see, DARPA has been knowing about AI. You're right. We were like,
it's funded Google.
It's such a national security threat to think that this shit was invented in a startup. It's like, it's gotta be ridiculous.
The problem is, and to be 100%, the problem is they don't really want people thinking the way we're thinking right now. They'd rather just have you thinking chaotically and just being like, there's no control. They want you to feel like as if things aren't choreographed, as if there's an unknown factor here. But on the back end,
as if the people that made the nuclear bomb and shit that flies 30,000 feet and goes into space, like they just didn't know about it. Like, yeah.
Or like they didn't know.
Like the lie that we're given as people, it's like remarkable, like true.
And it happens every 10 years. I don't know, because you have to trauma shock your population, right? If you wanna get a population and you want them thinking a certain way, you want them feeling, you have to trauma shock them every 5-10 years, whether it's economically, whether it's some sort of crazy entertainment going on, maybe it's some sort of new fad or trend, or maybe it's some sort of pandemic. I don't know. Maybe it's a war. But as long as you keep your population traumatized, always anxious, they never really stop and think, wait a minute, oh, these Epstein files, and then you realize, obviously the Epstein files is just a basic honey trap. Like that's just standard intelligence work. There's like hundreds of Epsteins. That's just basic honeypot blackmailing that goes on everywhere. And then you realize, oh, they released that list on purpose because there's clearly an order change on the back end going on that we're not privy to. And whoever's name got put out, that's the one that they're publicly sacrificing.
Well, that's kind of funny because
100% true.
There were a whole bunch of movies which a lot of people saw, most of us probably on stage and the audience saw, where we got our enjoyment, we got our entertainment watching, uniparty conspiracy, deep state honeypotting, double agents and whatever. But then when we find out it's actually real, then people lose their minds and they're like going, wait, I thought that was all fantasy. And yet go back to the interview, that, comedy from 2013, they're actually referencing a lot of that stuff.
Oh yeah, and once you see it, you can't unsee it. You go look back on all that stuff, you're like, oh my God, it was right in front of my face.
Yeah. In fact, that's why I made my PTR, James Franco, because after watching that movie, years later, I have a different view on that. It's not only still funny, it still holds water, but there's like new insights that you get out of that. But again, I don't think you can apply that in all situations. For example, I don't think that there was this massive plot behind what Apple did when Steve Jobs came back to Apple. I think that was literally the guy looked at what was going on and where the trends were, and said, hey, you know what? The future is mobile. Let's do everything. That was an Apple-driven thing. That was not a deep state.
I think it's one step before that, Michael. Like, for example, like the idea that we're supposed to believe, like, did you ever notice every big tech company is always started by this one college dude in either their garage, and then somehow they're related to all these millionaires, but they worked really hard, and it was just them. And
it's such bullshit. Sam Altman, like he's such a plant. Like I'm supposed to believe this stuff. Like I don't know, somebody carry this.
like I wanna believe it, but then like when everybody's doing it, it's like, come on, this doesn't make any sense. Like this, at some point,
Being old enough
the
to have
basic question
kind
is-
of lived through, the rise of Apple and seeing, how, I'm sure a lot of you have seen it, the documentary that PBS did. It's like 30 years old now, about the Pirates of Silicon Valley. I mean, that's really essential viewing. It should be shown in every, high school, as far as I'm concerned. But it shows basically how they were basically young kids who saw where the money might be, and then the dastardly things that they did to each other, and then you see how Apple basically stole the Mac interface from Xerox. And then Microsoft stole it from them and created Windows. And they brought in the Pepsi CEO, and he backstabbed Steve Jobs. But Steve went on to get involved with Pixar and made some money. And then Gates was, under investigation for suppressing, the early web browsers. So he invested in Apple when Jobs came back. I think it really happened as history says it does.
Okay,
I don't think
Mike, just a very quick counter to that, right? When you look at something like a computer or let's say Microsoft Windows, it's basically saying that I can put a piece of spy software in your house everywhere, anywhere, right? So no powerful group is just going to ignore that. You understand? So like stuff like the proliferation of the computer or smartphones didn't like just happen because, what Silicon Valley teaches us, which is we're really smart and like we're here to help the world. It's like, it's not that simple, man. Like it's too dangerous of a world.
No, I hear you.
It's a really cool idea to like make it magical.
I hear you. I developed my first high-tech system for a professional sports team 32 years ago, and then I did it again. And but when I did it again for another team 7 years later, now I was working with my engineers, code writers, and everything to make sure that there wasn't a time bombing, and that was the best terminology that I had at the time. Because you could see how somebody could, hack into the system and exploit it and, corrupt all the data that, we were accumulating and everything like that. So you kind of just adapt. I think, the first generation is always just about seeing if you can do it. And, can you make a difference? And then all of a sudden the copycats come in, and the copycats don't give a rat's ass about the first generation. They just want the money, and so they're easily exploited, and that happens over and over again. Everybody is rightfully concerned about AI because you got so many copycats who are getting into it, and they will sell you out. They'll sell their own mother out, just to make a buck. And so I'm glad you brought up Anthropic, Tango, because that's a very key thing. Is that, if they're out there on the lookout and they're going to say, no, you can't be a part of this revolution. That's what needs to happen. And, I think it's a telltale sign. What the stats came out that only, 13 or 14% of people who sit on the boards of the Fortune 500 have any kind of basic understanding of AI. So that needs to change, obviously, because there's a major disrupting technology here, and you want to hope that our corporations are up ahead of the game, not behind it.
Yeah. So I'll just hammer my conspiracy, and then I'll leave it there, and then people can take it for what it's worth. So if you take something like AWS, right? To stick to my original point, these things are so big, right, that it's probably likely, actually I'm probably 100% sure of it, that upwards of 50 nation states have trigger switches all over these networks. it's almost like a mutual assured destruction at this point. Like, you ever seen AWS just go down, and then we all kind of look at the market and at the news and go like, oh yeah, I guess something bug happened. It's like trillions of dollars move when those switches go down, right? So it's like, that's where war is now. So we might think like, oh, they put a warship over there, but we don't know what that leverage is for. It could be like, fuck off with AWS right now, or we know that you can pull the rug on these bank accounts, stuff like this. We have no idea because the thing got too big for us. Like, I don't know the software in my phone anymore.
Aaron, this is a great example you're bringing up because who was the first company that basically created this modern wave of data centers? It was Apple. And so AWS is Amazon. And so Amazon basically got into the game looking what Apple was doing. And remember, they had products, mobile products that they brought to market right away after the iPhone and the iPad. And so they needed to support that. And so that was the origin behind AWS. Well, then who got into it? Microsoft got into it, and Google got into it. Now who's in it? The U.S. government. That's why they struck all those deals with all these foreign nations to do data centers in the U.S. It's become exactly what you said, Aaron. It's so big now that you need the government. Again, this is assuming positive intent, which, by the way, is an Apple corporate, phrase. Assuming positive intent is a good thing if you have a well-meaning government involved with data centers, because they know the risks and they know the damage it can do to your whole economy. And so the U.S. government is now in the business of this, and they're monitoring all these major companies.
Yeah, I agree with you, and that's one of the reasons why I've gotten a little bit weird with the conspiracy. Yes, the U.S. government is involved with protecting all of this, and I don't think they can just tell us on the news like that's what we're doing. I think a lot of it has to be kind of like these drops, like, oh, by the way, there's Russia hacking. Oh, by the way, there's shit like Epstein. Oh, by the way, there's people like Santos that have co-opted your government. I think this is the way that our internal state has to talk to people at the moment. Because they can't just tell you all your bank accounts are compromised. Like, no one's ready to hear all the brokerages, could be. No one's ready to hear this shit.
Yeah, there's a reason why quantum computer technology is A, withheld, or B, only allowed at universities for said researches. I mean, now it's being more moved around, but I mean, choke pointing any breakthrough technology is just common military tactic. We see that done with the semiconductors. I don't know how familiar you are with how the breakdown of the semiconductor structure works, but ASML, who produces the machines.
Yeah, a terrible monopoly in Europe, right? Of this one company that they can make this shit. Like, it's just...
Yeah, and you have to be vetted to be approved to even purchase their machines, and even at that point, the wait list is approximately 4 years or so. So 4 years is a long lag time, which gives your competitors a massive advantage who already do have the machine in place.
And that's the problem with the European Union in a nutshell.
No, I think as you start to delve deeper, you start to realize that every technology in place is only in place because it was the one that was chosen to be the most feasibly economically controlling. Nothing is going to be introduced if it's not monetizable, and if it is monetizable, then
that were introduced in the late 40s and the 50s. And the reason why is because of television. The U.S. understood that there had to be one standard for television, not multiple standards, so that the broadcast signals, could work on any television that was out there. So then when the digital era came about, they kind of co-opted the terms MPEG and JPEG, and now you think it's all digital stuff, but it had its roots in analog. But then going to the 90s, the new battle was on high-def TVs. And if you recall or know this history, Japan had kicked our asses on this. And so they were ready to go to market. And so the U.S. actually blocked Japanese HD television technology from coming into the U.S. And they formed what they called like a group of seven, which was all these tech companies and a few universities and everything, to come up with a standard that was going to be U.S. controlled, because they knew it wasn't just going to be TVs, it was going to be DVD. And if you know, DVD was originally called digital versatile disc, because it was meant to replace the floppy, and it was meant to replace the CD, it was meant to replace VHS, it was meant to replace all forms of media with one disc. And of course, now very few people need to rely on DVDs. It's used as like a storage, option. But every time you introduce new technology to everything, it's in the interest of not just a few people in the government. Again, conspiracy stuff. It's in the interest of the consumer too. Sure. You have to have standards. And the problem with the 90s, when you got to the end of the 90s, and I don't know who to blame this on, but this was a situation that everybody faced. Is all of a sudden there were multiple standards out there for all sorts of different things, and still to this day we have this problem with Android and Apple. And so everybody's faced with this. You create an app, you have to make that app work on multiple different devices and everything. And I don't think it's good for the U.S. economy that we have this division in the mobile era between Apple's iOS and Android. I think they can both be participants in it, but there needs to be something that also allows for competition.
With respect to technology, I think World War II. So the United States defense apparatus most likely has certain types of minds that they bring in that are thinking at a level that's their IQ level is just over there. So I think these people would have to take into consideration the very first lesson of World War II, which was that Hitler almost got certain pieces of technology, and if he did, the world would be over. So I'll give you a quick example. I was just reading about Hitler had jets before everybody else. That's airplane jets. That's how he had the B-2 rocket. So basically, Hitler he had the tech, but he didn't know that he had it. So he was using these jets as bombers. So he was weighing down these super fast dogfighting jets with huge bombs. So he didn't even use that tech properly. And they were about a year away from the bomb. So one of the most critical lessons of World War II is don't let technology get into the wrong hand. Literally, that is, aside from the key lesson of war, somebody that's territorial is going to take over territory. This was a huge lesson. Can't just let anybody have fire. So I wonder, since we don't have any transparency into the deep state, we have to wait 50 or 60 or 70 years until we get the documents that these were the programs that were in place. So I'm kind of curious to what are the programs in place for AI? We won't know until 50, 60, 70 years.
Well, the program you're referring to, the people you're talking about are basically economic hitmen, economic saboteurs, essentially, this happens everywhere at the corporate level. I mean, you guys mentioned it before. What was it? Not Linux. Anyway, they were at Apple. They took the technology and then went to Apple, and then from Apple went over to Microsoft. But basically, it's essentially the same thing. You have these infiltrations, and the same thing is heavily encouraged, like in China when they set up like sectors, or when they set up manufacturing, they literally just dedicate like a whole town to just one sector, or like, and then every factory is right next to each other, which is very, very, very efficient. But then you also get the interchanging of employees from location to location, and you get exchange of information. But then you also have organizations that specifically, that is their primary goal, is to do exactly what you just said, is to hinder either the production or performance of said country or company. And that's when you start to get into the dance or the concepts that S-tier corporations, you know, like the big Mag 7 and all those are essentially fronts, economic fronts for the military arm.
Right. They have to be.
At this point in time, yeah, that's essentially where we're. I mean, that's essentially how the majority of pressuring war is conducted. I mean, why do you think they're specializing in cybersecurity, or?
Why do you think their recruitment, like their elite level recruitment, is literally almost like, are we recruiting for like the ultimate world war, right? Like some of these companies recruit like that, like the best. Like, well, what do you mean? So, like, aren't you making websites, right?
Like if you work at some of these companies or corporations, or like you literally probably come across some of these people just, you know, running, you know, as double agents or whatever the scenario is. Obviously, it has to be like a Google or something like that, and a big name.
And they probably don't even know that, like, they're working on government shit. Like, oh, come in.
No, I mean, the company doesn't know, but the person will be there either to acquire information or to specifically fuck up the task, like put in wrong information or delay something, or be the perfect person to just delay it in some way, shape, or form, or to acquire it. And they'll just come off as super, and at some point they'll let them go a year or two later, but they executed the job closely and nobody knows.
Are we just paranoid? Because, like, they did just buy TikTok US, right? Like, is this just paranoia, or like?
Well, honestly, I think it goes back to the AI. I mean, twofold. It's one. I mean, when you're getting into war, obviously you want to monitor all these things, or you want the capacity to monitor whatever's being said. But honestly, I think it's twofold. I really think it's for the AI to just have free data to study, and they want to keep all the information. In a perfect world, they'd keep everything that was ever said, every last morsel of information that it could be studied, because you don't necessarily know what it may produce, and the unknown is very intriguing in that sense to people of that particular function of expanding the AI and data mining. I forget where I was going with that.
Well, you know, when Clubhouse started, so it'll be almost 5 years since I started on Clubhouse, and you know, I said early on that it's obvious to me where the long-term value of this company is, and this reason why Mark Anderson was, you know, a heavy investor in Clubhouse, and they had a huge amount of money they raised, and as Paul said, you know, they have a massive runway, you know, to mess around and experiment with this. And I said at the time, the obvious long-range thing is they're going to be harvesting our voices. Now, in all those Clubhouse town halls, they kept insisting that they weren't going to do it, but they just released the terms of service. just about a week or so ago, and if you did a deep dive, and you know, I haven't paid attention to those for a while, but this time I decided, okay, it's been a while. I'm going to do a deep dive into Clubhouse terms of service. They're making it abundantly clear that, you know, our voices are being harvested. And they will use them however they see fit.
So,
Yeah.
Right. The
it's a motion detector. It's a motion detecting is what they were doing.
But it's also, we're not really realizing the implications. I mean, at first we're like, oh, okay, but like, think about it now. Every interview now, AI is in there. Every email you open, AI is scanning your inbox. Complimentary service, by the way, for you, provided by Google. And while it's nice, at the same time, it's concerning. It's nice, you can become much more efficient. It's always a double-edged blade with this type of stuff.
Yeah, actually my recent research was like, because I do want to make a Clubhouse clone, but these voice servers are kind of expensive, so I was trying to see like how I can make it work. But that is like one of the things that because I'm kind of new to Clubhouse, so I'm starting to look at it like a voice Reddit, right? So it's like, instead of me clicking, I'm just clicking into a Reddit thread, right? And then talking about it. So I don't know if that's how Clubhouse approaches it, but I want to take that idea and try to make that. But these voice servers are kind of expensive.
Well, if you've been on Clubhouse in the first year and a half, you would have been amazed compared to what it is now. There were so many different types of rooms. They didn't have houses back then, they called them rooms, and covering everything you can think of. And, you know, whether it was English speaking or not, they had so many different communities on Clubhouse. And that was you know, a lot of people will talk about it and say the golden era because, look, I like Clubhouse, I'm on it right now, but they shot themselves in the foot. Anybody who's been around for a long time knows this. When they went to the voice chats and they de-emphasized the rooms, they made it difficult for you, if you were new to Clubhouse, to find out how to open a room. And I had a consistent room that I was doing that had a lot of people coming in. And it was just like, why? Why would you do that? And so, you know, that's what we were debating for the next 6 months. And that was like 3 years ago, almost. And so Clubhouse is like really a shell of its former self. And they really
sucks.
They really missed the boat, because if this was their intention, they should have left it alone. And, you know, I've always said they should have had 2 tiers of Clubhouse. The free tier, anybody gets on, and then the tier in which you can, you know, they needed to identify the really meaningful rooms and those who were hosting them that people from all over would have wanted to be a part of, and charged a nominal monthly fee, you know, like $4.99 or something like that. And I'll bet you tons of people would have paid the $4.99, and they could have still done their harvesting, but then they would have kept the integrity of it.
I mean, well, the initial pitch was it was a Clubhouse and you could only join by getting an invite.
Right. And
yeah, how long did you beg to get an invite from your friends?
Well, I didn't. I mean, I didn't know about Clubhouse until the New York Times did an article about them. And because of that, then I'm just a techie. So I downloaded the app. And
when was that?
That was in May of 2021. And so they were still invite only at that point. But I don't know what it is. Maybe it's some form of AI or something. They let me in, and people used to ask me all the time, because at the bottom of your profile,
that's when it shifted,
would say the date. It would say the date that you, and they continued that all the way up until, I want to say, October of 21. But somehow I stuck on through. So I wasn't invited by anybody. I just kind of crashed the party.
They stopped the invite about around May, but they didn't do it in totality. They just started quietly letting people on without an invite. But they started giving the invites away. They stopped requiring the invites. you still had them, people were still using them, but it wasn't required by me.
Right, and in those days, it was iOS only. You know, Android, I don't think could access
Android came in, I think it was June.
Right. So, William, you know just how cool and diverse Clubhouse was back then.
Yeah, I used to say you could find a room about midgets smoking cigars.
Yeah.
Or anything, right? And if not, start your own.
Well, I just think like there's so much room to improve this product space, right? Like voice conversation. So like I'm also in the recovery community, so I also know that like people spend so much time in meeting rooms all day. So I was already really already acclimated to people being in a room all day, either to remote work or to the recovery community, and then I found Clubhouse, right? And this is like people talking about there's like literal churches here, that there's all these political discussions. So it's like voice as a product. I think we're just beginning because AI is pretty much kind of gonna make it so we don't click anything ever again. But like this product here, like voice, like it's not super explored yet because it's expensive, right? To get a room with 10 people talking and 200 listeners, right? That's not cheap if you want to do it at scale. So, but it's like the one thing that I want to look at if I could do it. You just have to figure out a way to scale in a cost-effective way.
There's already 2 people who have tried the came from Clubhouse. The latest one was a guy named Cackle. I haven't even gone to his, but Chatter tried, and as far as I know, Chatter still hasn't made it yet. You can't make it profitable, and I don't think it was the intention for them to be profitable from the beginning. I was saying in April and May of 2021, this is about voice detection of emotion. They're telling this lie about how it's all about this and that. This was a very sophisticated way of developing lie detection and emotion detection of a variety of different sorts. And I had 5 or 6 experiences in April, May, and June that absolutely proved it based on what happened in a room and then what happened to the people that were in the room after that in relation to who followed them and a whole bunch of other stuff. They basically were able to determine. That's why in the early days, when you had a bunch of people arguing with each other, suddenly the room would just fill up with all kinds of more people. And when a room, people were all just lovey-dovey and kumbaya and getting along, that room would never get heavy traffic into it. Because that drama was what they were trying to deduce. They were trying to determine how to detect emotion. That was why they got that injection of $400 million. That was their goal from the very beginning.
Okay,
it was never about content creators.
So if we go full circle, right? I'll be the conspiracy guy. If Clubhouse, right, created this app knowing that they're gonna harvest voices and they're securing hundreds of millions of dollars, right? They would know before most of the public that such technology was coming. So the argument that Clubhouse could be a government honeypot, to me, that's the strongest argument. Because to know that not only are you going to get people to sit around and talk on the app, but also have the technology to pretty much profile the living shit out of them and have that ready, like, as soon as it hits, it's like the ultimate government honeypot, if I had to.
Yeah, you kind of got it right, except for the fact they didn't know what they were doing. There was 2 guys who stumbled onto something. And then once they had this thing going, you have to understand that it was COVID-based. It was the fact that everyone was sitting around. That's why you had rooms that had 5,000 people in a fucking room. That's why you had Bill Gates and huge people come onto this app once or twice, right? And so they had no idea what the fuck they were creating. And then the others, they stepped in and guided it in the direction of what they wanted, because lie detection and voice recognition and emotion had already been being developed. So the people who had that going already saw this and said, hey, let's marry the 2 together. They didn't know what they were creating. It wasn't Paul and what the other guy guy's name, Rohan or whatever. It wasn't their intention to. They didn't have some secret plan. It wasn't like that. They just, hey, this would be fucking really cool, right? And then COVID hit, and it blew up and got away from them.
Well, maybe, but then you got to ask yourself, why did they go to voice chats? Because I would make the case that one of the problems with Clubhouse was those kind of rancid rooms where everybody was yelling and screaming, talking over each other, were starting to become more of a presence. And they introduced voice chat. I'm not saying that's 100% the reason, but a big part of the reason, because they wanted to start isolating individual voices again. And they wanted to hear somebody talk. Now, their excuse was there's people who hang out down in the audience and they're too shy and they don't get a chance to come on stage. And so it's for you, right? But I think they really did want to harvest voices, and going to voice chats was a way to isolate the voice, as opposed to having all these crazy rooms. And by the way,
sure, but that was long after. That was what, a year or two?
Oh yeah. Right.
After they got that $400 million injection. It was
Correct.
That $400 million injection, which is when somebody looked at what these two kids had created and said, hey, you have no idea what the fuck you have.
Right, William. But I guess, so I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah,
and
you're spot
that
on.
Paul and Rohan, and I want to say it's more Paul than it was Rohan, they screwed up because they did not figure out a way to value those who were creating rooms with substance versus the screaming, yelling rooms.
Yeah, but you think that they screwed up, whereas they did the voice chats because then they could isolate back down, because those rooms where everyone was screaming and talking over each other was no good to them. It wasn't giving them the data they wanted. That's why they made the rooms recorded at the same time, so that data could be gone back through over and over. Even though they're recorded, right?
Like, can you extrapolate on, like, what is this recording shit about?
Well, they were always recording. They just didn't tell us, and they didn't give us the option to record, right? But they never cared about creators. That was all bullshit. They were never trying to create and have creators creating. And when they went to the chat, it was because they had lost control of it. What they wanted was the data of when people are arguing with each other, but it got so out of control they couldn't get any data from those rooms. Right, like I was saying, is what the rooms that I experienced things. I could get into details of things I experienced and talk to a number of different people. And every time we would have this conversation, weird ass fucking shit would happen in the room where you would talk about this stuff, right? So what they were after was they were after people who were disagreeing with each other, and they switched over to the chat thing because they had lost control. These rooms were just too big and too angry and stepping on each other, right? But you were probably trying to be a creator. You sound like you were trying to be a creator. I don't mean that derogatory, but everybody who was trying to be a creator thought, oh, they're screwing us over. And at the time, I was saying, no, they're not. They don't care about you to begin with. They're not making bad decisions. You don't understand that we're the product, and it's not about the content. It's not what they're after. Right?
I agree with you to a point, and the reason I say that is because, and there's a guy down in the audience, David, who, if you're listening to this, you can corroborate with this. I was part of these regular baseball rooms, and I decided to form this one that would kind of blow up and be available to more people in the evening. And so we formed the Baseball Collective, and David and I did this. And what we did is we had success. And if you don't believe me, you can go back to the baseball. You can go on my profile. You can go to the Baseball Collective, and then go and look at our replays, and you'll see that our first replay is like, I want to say it's this November 30th, December 1st of 2021. And we were averaging between 5,000 and 7,000 people coming into that room pretty much every single time we had a Baseball Collective. And it's not a joke. I mean, we had, and we really moderated those rooms. And we figured out how to have large stages and conversations that moved around without having people, go crazy after each other. And if it did, we nipped it in the bud right away. And so what happened was, and William, you probably know this, they had department heads, right? So they had a full-time person who was in charge of news, and they had a full-time person who was in charge of sports, and somebody who was in charge of entertainment, and they had people who were in charge of various regions of the world where Clubhouse was at, right? And so in the fall of 2021, they invited me to a Zoom call, and they basically just heaped the praise on me and then said, okay, what are you going to do from here on out? What they wanted to hear me say was I was going to do even more rooms, and I was going to create even more types of content besides just baseball. And I was thinking to myself, during that Zoom call, okay, well, when are we going to get around to where you tell me what you're going to pay me for this? But I said at the time, because the holidays were approaching, like, look, I got a lot of stuff going on, and I did. So I'm just going to keep with this cadence right now. But we've got some things that we're thinking about, and we'll circle back. So then eventually what I did is I submitted a proposal to them with a dollar amount on it. And it was very clear about what I would give them for what they would give me. And then all of a sudden, the answer was like crickets. Well, it wasn't crickets. They responded, but they basically said, well, let's just get going and we can address that later on. Well, 2 months later, they had that wave of, people got fired and just quit. And they just wiped them all out. And next thing you know, we got Joe. And there's nothing against Joe, but Joe basically replaced a whole bunch of people who were full-timers on Clubhouse, who were keeping tabs on that aspect of programming on Clubhouse. So they did care about programming, they did care about content creators, but they were foolish in not moving quickly when they had that many people on the platform to figure out a way to isolate the nonsense rooms from the serious rooms. And I know there was a lot of dummies on here who were like saying, I want to get paid this, and they were just living in la la land. They thought, having a room a week or 3 rooms a week was worth a full-time job. Well, no, it wasn't. But they should have been compensated. Similar to what you see on Instagram, what you see on YouTube right now, they're monetizing people. And that whole conversation started to explode across social media. And so more people are being monetized than ever, but not on Clubhouse. So to me, it was an opportunity missed, like a grand opportunity that they just completely fumbled it.
Yeah, that's interesting. I'm glad to hear your backstory, and I know other people that were doing that kind of volume and bought into the whole creator thing. And I hear you. I think all that was a sham. I think that they cared to some degree. They were trying to promote that, but it wasn't their prime directive. It wasn't what they were really, really after. And then once they did I think it was a Series C. I think it was a C round, if I remember correctly. When they got their big cash injection, that everybody was saying was like $400 million or some shit like that. And I want to say that was around the time you came on the app. Although I think the money didn't actually all come in until like the summer or whatever. But they didn't spend any money going in that direction. I know half a dozen to a dozen creators who went through the same thing you went through, Michael, that thought, oh, okay, I got this many people come in my room consistently. I'm running a room every 3rd day. I'm creating content in this platform. You say you want content creators. What's my share of that? You just got a bunch of money, and they did nothing for any of them. I can't believe 2 guys that are that smart that created all this were that dumb in marketing, and they brought in that much fucking money and didn't have somebody in marketing or somebody to be making those decisions.
William, you're right. The thing is, they might be too smart. Like, so for example, your voice data right now, right, is worth its weight in gold. Like voice training data, like that's worth more than my.
Yeah, that's what they were after.
Shit at the moment.
That's exactly.
Well, remember, those were the days when they had the carousel and they had That's what they called it. They had multiple carousels in your hallway. And the idea of the carousel was to promote a select group of rooms for you to join, because they thought, okay, look, try to experience that. And so we had a whole bunch of people come into our audience from other countries who wanted to learn English. And the reason was, I'm convinced of it, is because we allowed people to have the conversations instead of the screaming over each other. So, I have a ton of followers who just want to learn English. And people are coming to our room for that. But one thing I forgot to say is that just before there was the exodus of full-time people, I had 3 people who were serious creators on this platform, like always showing up. They were well-known people, reached out to me independently to warn me to get the hell off this platform, because they saw the value in what we were doing, and they said, you got to go somewhere else because this thing is going down. So they had some kind of, information, or maybe it was just their intuition, but they were right, because by the end of the year, voice chats, it was terrible.
Yeah, and they could have rolled out features, they could have rolled out advertising, and I know for a fact that there was a half a dozen content creators that laid it all out for them. There was at least a couple of those, whatever the fuck they called those meetings they used to have, like town hall or some shit like that. They got inundated in those, and they got all kinds of, emails and DMs. Like, they were fully aware of every possible way to make content creators happy and how to monetize it in a way in which the content creators could share the profits. Yet still they chose not to do it, right? Like, I feel for what you're saying. I just feel like that wasn't their intention, or they would have tried it. It was all a scam. Just wanted to be able to detect emotions. When you're happy, how you interact when you're angry, lie detection. It's all about emotion detection.
You never know, that could be a good script for somebody to start writing.
I'm telling you, I was saying all this in May and June, and every time I would say this in a room and somebody else would go, and I would share experiences I had that would kind of give the proof of it, because something would happen in a room, and then you could see what would happen with the various people based on how they reacted to what happened in the room, and it would follow them for the next couple of days or weeks. And I would share experiences, and then other people go, oh, you know what happened to me? And the whole room would turn into that. Suddenly, like people that seemed like they were working for them would show up. Rooms would just randomly crash. Weird audio shit would happen, right? Like you're just going okay, it's too much of a coincidence. And that happened at least a fucking dozen times until I wised up and said, okay, I'm gonna stop talking like this.
Yeah, there are definitely also winners and losers on the app, and certain people who just kept getting kicked off, and then other people who seem to be protected, who were doing, crazy stuff.
Like the most racist shit, and they would stick around. Some of them are still on here.
Right. I mean, my first week on the platform, I couldn't believe it. It was instantly addicting, not because I was addicted to the platform, because it was more of a sociological curiosity. I can't believe people are actually doing this. I can't believe they're saying this stuff on stage and people are buying into it. In fact, I did have an idea, and David, if you're listening, you can give me the thumbs up, because I said this to you. My idea for a script for a movie was Clubhouse attracted people who were mentally ill, and that's not a movie. Yeah, but people thought that they were intelligent, well-versed social people, and then the big reveal at the end is that there's a bunch of mentally ill people, because I never heard so much craziness
Well,
until I got on this platform.
Your movie idea is not bad. Let me give you the movie idea. Let me give you a shred of truth to it. So when I got to Clubhouse, right, I was shocked at how many Christian rooms there were. So I'm of the opinion that given that the end times, one of the revelations is that the gospel will be spread everywhere. Technically, Advents like Clubhouse are necessary to fulfill revelation. So we are not there, but like this is roughly kind of how it's going to get done. We don't like a COVID is like a junior case, but like more situations of us having to be in a room and just this is the only way we're going to talk. I think this is how the gospel is going to spread. I think that's why you see so many of those rooms.
A lot of the Christian rooms were going on, and there was a lot of good that was happening where sick people of a variety of different ways, mental, physical, would end up in a room, and healers would be in the room helping them. In the good old days, there was a lot of love and help and guidance and healing that was going on. And the Christian aspect of that is the only thing that seems to linger anymore.
a duty to respond in that situation and ensure that we are mitigating that possibility?